If I hit that one button, it definitely is. Thank you. We'll call our city council meetings to order this evening. We have two meetings. We have a planning and development special meeting, and then we have our full regularly scheduled city council meeting. I am going to begin, as we do all of our meetings, with an invocation. We actually have Pastor Gary Shireen, who is here, who will provide that invocation.
Let's pray. God, I thank you for my city, and I thank you for all of these people who love my city too. My elected friends and my non-elected friends who are working hard to make this a place that is better day by day. We ask that you would bless our evening this evening on the business that comes before the council. We pray that your will might be done. We pray that ours would be a city that glows with your grace, your prosperity, and your presence. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to turn you over to Alderwoman Wilkins so she can chair the Planning and Development Committee meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to call to order the Planning and Development Committee meeting for Monday, December 1st, 2025. Clerk, will you please call the roll? Here. Here. Thank you. Item 1 is for approval of the 2026 Citizen Participation Plan and amendments to the 2020-2024 Annual Action Plan. Do I have a motion to approve? So moved. Are there any questions or discussions in relation to this item? Before we take any questions, I will state that last week, on account of my error, we did lay over one of the items that was requested by one of the other aldermen, and I overlooked the fact that we had two other items that we needed to vote on. So once brought to the attention to city staff, we then decided that it was appropriate to have this special meeting tonight. So I do apologize about that.
I believe Alderwoman.
All right. Yep. So I will now call on Alderwoman Meeks. If you did have a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Question. It was related to the amendment for the 2020-2024 Annual Action Plan, I believe. No, it was for the Citizen Participation Plan. And it was related to the it was related to the question that I had last week, related to the number of days for accommodations. I just want to kind of understand if that situation were to come about and they needed more time or you needed more time, how would that work out for someone who needed accommodations for public participation? Like, if I had to give an example, like someone who was hard of hearing and also didn't know how to read sign language, how would we go about making those kinds of accommodations for an individual like that?
Director Wise?
Sure. Thank you for the question. We do whatever, we'll work with the resident to understand what their preferred communication would be. So if that is a one-on-one or some sort of smaller meeting where we could take the time to go through things a little differently with them, that's fine. If there is a level of interpretation that would make sense, or they have a way that they're normally assisted that we could reach out to and provide that assistance for them, we'd work with that. Most of the time, if someone's in a situation and really needs information, they do have a preferred method that they can communicate to us, and we would do whatever we needed to make sure we accommodated that.
But just like at the end of the day, if the accommodations aren't there, then they're just not there, and there's nothing that we can do about that, right?
I guess, yeah, it's hard to imagine, though, just being on, like, that we wouldn't be able to figure out some way of helping them, like either by producing in a different kind of writing, finding out what it is they're trying to understand. I mean, we'd work pretty hard to make sure people can get the information that they need. But, yeah, the amendment to the plan is just for public hearings to make sure that we can have someone at that time and on that day for whatever the need is. But again, we do the public hearing halfway through a comment period, so it's a 30-day comment period, so that if someone called us and for that meeting it would be hard to have the accommodation in place, we have plenty of time to set up a specific session for them only, for wherever it works for them or whatever accommodations they would need, to make sure that we're getting them the information before the comment period is over.
I'll just kind of leave it there. I just had a little bit of concern if someone kind of found out something at the last minute and they needed those kinds of accommodations. I just wanted to speak to those situations by, stretching out the days, making it longer days. It cuts into the time frame of when those individuals can seek those accommodations if they weren't to know about this 30 days in advance. So that's the only reason why I bring it up. It's just, it's a kind of touchy subject for me. I wish that weren't changing, but I kind of understand why. When I spoke to representatives, they mentioned to me that it could take up to 2 weeks to get some accommodations met. So I can understand the situation that you're under. It's just hard if these situations occur, but I understand why you did it. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Are there any other questions or comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. That item passes. Do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed, same sign. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Next, we will call to order the City of Rockford's regularly scheduled City Council meeting for Monday, December 1st, 2025. We've already done our invocation pledge, so we'll move to our roll once we are ready for that. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Lugeman. Here. Toomberg. Here. Frost. Here. Tarina. Here. Prunty. Here. Wilkins. Here. Hoffman. Here. Granith. Here. Beach. Here. Salgado. Meeks. Here. Bell. Present. 12 present.
Excellent. We have a quorum this evening. Is there a motion to approve the Journal of Proceedings for the City Council meeting held on November 17th, 2025? We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Excellent. This evening we have one proclamation. It's World AIDS Day, and we are fortunate to be joined by the City of Rockford members of our Kaleidoscope Employee Resource Group. Whereas HIV and AIDS have killed over 40 million people worldwide and affected another 39 million people. Even with the development of preventive medicine, there are about 1.3 million new infections each year. HIV and AIDS affect all people from all walks of life, indiscriminate of race, creed, or gender. And whereas in October 1987, the AIDS Memorial Quilt debuted on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., covering the space the size of a football field. In 1996, the last appearance of the entire quilt, the size had grown to cover the entire National Mall and drew approximately 1.2 million visitors. And whereas December 1st, 1988 brought the first World AIDS Day, and it continues to be a dedication to raising awareness of the HIV/AIDS epidemic worldwide. And whereas by bringing the section of the AIDS Memorial Quilt to Rockford, we remember history, honor those who have passed, and acknowledge the continued struggle of those fighting AIDS and the hope of eradicating AIDS worldwide. Our Kaleidoscope Employee Resource Group has worked to bring sections of the quilt that tie to Rockford directly. And whereas the AIDS Memorial Quilt will be displayed in Rockford City Hall from January 12th, 2026 through January 23rd, 2026, with the special viewing hours on January 17th and January 19th. Starting this month, a display of HIV/AIDS history and important moments will be in the City Hall Library. Now, therefore, I, Thomas P. McNamara, as the mayor of the city of Rockford, do hereby proclaim December 1st, 2025 to be World AIDS Day. And I just want to say sincerely thank you for the work that you've been doing as our Kaleidoscope ERG, but also for really this incredible honor to bring portions of this quilt to our community and have them hosted here in City Hall. Would you like to share a few words?
Sure. Well, thank you for having us tonight. We appreciate you giving our proclamation some time. We're grateful for the recognition of the tragedy of AIDS and the acknowledged continued effects dedicated to its eradication. We just want to remind people that there are red ribbons down in the lobby for folks to pick up, so feel free to grab some of those on your way out today. And we'd like to thank our Human Resources Department for providing some of the funding for the AIDS Memorial Quilt that's coming and getting those things set up. So we appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Great to see you. Thank you. Next, we will be moving into a presentation that we have. It's our annual marathon year-end review presentation, which is now year 11, and we'll bring a stranger up, and Mayor Larry Morrissey. I feel weird saying this, but make sure you speak into the microphone so we can all hear you.
Do my best. Mayor, council members, staff, and community members present, it is an honor to return back to the city of Rockford once again for a review of the operations of the City of Rockford Wellness Center. I know there's a lot of new council members that have joined the council since the last time I was here. Let me start by saying congratulations. You've signed up for a very important and very challenging task. This may be the first time hearing about our wellness center, but I know at this stage in your careers and in your lives, everyone on this council is familiar with the challenges of healthcare. In my current role, as a reminder for those who may not know, after I left office in 2017, I joined Marathon Health, been with the company ever since. I became introduced to Marathon Health, frankly, when this council was struggling with high costs of healthcare, chronic disease, challenges in community health, and along with the mayor and other council members at the time, Alderman Beach, Alderman Frost in particular, I know were very active when we were reviewing vendors across the nation, and we selected Marathon Health to operate the city's wellness center. We were one of the first employers in the area really to engage in this type of direct primary care model. Tonight I'll review some of the data, but before I get into that, let me just start by introducing our clinical team, our providers that are here tonight. If you wouldn't mind maybe stepping up to the microphone, I'd introduce Dr. Dave Bolger, our medical director, nurse practitioner Anthony Sikora, and licensed clinical social worker Casey Pilcher, who are with us tonight. I want to recognize them because they are truly the heart and soul of our clinical operation. And I would say, while we'll talk a lot of data, the thing that drives the data, that drives change, is relationship-based care. And that starts with a provider team, really champions that you have working on behalf of the city of Rockford. They're building the relationships, engaging patients, and they're driving transformative change. Also would be remiss if I didn't recognize the city staff that has been just an incredible partner. There's no way we do it without the leadership of Sharice Hunter, Kim Ryan, Julie Smith, others that are part of the team that are out directing and guiding our work. And the city's consultant, Ryan Bronze and Rockford Consulting and Brokerage, they were really the team that first introduced, I know myself, to this idea of us running our own clinic, which I thought was a really odd idea at the time. Now I'm working for a company that does it, so it tells you just how far I've come in my own understanding of this model. Anthony, I also want to recognize this is actually his last council meeting. Sadly, after 7 years, he's going to be leaving Marathon Health later this month. He'll stay on as a PRN, available to support our team when we may have absences. But we want to thank Anthony for the incredible leadership he's provided. It'll be hard to replace, and thank you for all the relationships and the lives you've changed since you've been here. With that, I just start with, again, this is your time. I want to invite questions, especially for the newer members of the council. If anything we're talking about here you want to dive into, I'm happy to do that. I'll start just with this first slide, which is really just a basic overview of what our model of care is all about. As you can see in this slide, we don't do everything, but we do a lot of stuff directly related to primary care. What we like to believe in our model is that we can provide about 85% of the primary care health needs within the four walls of your health center. So that is, the model is based on this notion that the traditional fee-for-service model is broken. It tends to reward financially volume and disease over prevention and a value-based care model like you've invested in with Marathon Health. So when the city invests in Marathon Health, you're not paying per visit. You're paying on a financial model that's invested in essentially our staffing, our team, and the goal is to drive as much utilization as possible, because the belief is that when you engage patients on the front end of care, you diagnose issues, you're better able to prevent disease and reduce costs. And the data that we'll show you tonight really bears that out. Any initial questions on sort of the core elements of the model? I already introduced our providers of the team. We've also got some excellent medical assistants, Bridget, Star, and Izzy, that are there supporting the team each and every day. And by the way, our model includes all that primary care. We also do a tremendous amount of occupational health medicine, taking care of the day-to-day needs of the City of Rockford employees so that they're able to come to work. Here's a summary slide, just an executive summary of the operations of the health center. A couple of things I want to point on this slide. The City of Rockford is well above our national benchmarks for engaging employees. So you can see there in the data, maybe you can't see, it's pretty small print, but our national data for engaging employees in the public sector is right around 52%. City of Rockford is at 81% over the last year, and that was a significant increase over the year prior. In 2024, there was about a little over 3,000 visits, total visits to the health center. This past year, it was above 3,600. So that's, again, credit to the team, credit to the HR leadership, and really figuring out what strategies are going to be designed to best engage your members. What you'll also see in terms of health outcomes is that 77% of the at-risk members are making progress on biometric risk factors, and about 85% of those that are been diagnosed with high and chronic disease are engaged with the health center, again, well above the Marathon Health benchmark. Our member experience, patient satisfaction is also very high. The survey, we measure that by inviting patients to fill out surveys. Our survey rate this year was lower than we'd like to see. We only had about 4% of the patients that came into the clinic fill out a survey afterwards. So we think the data is more valid the more surveys we get filled out. So our goal for the next year is to significantly increase that. That being said, the Net Promoter Score, and Net Promoter Score is a little bit different than patient satisfaction. You'll see Net Promoter Score at 84, patient satisfaction 96%. Net Promoter Score can actually go negative. It's measured from negative 100 to a positive 100. And a typical Net Promoter Score for a community health provider, a strong score, would be considered in the range of 30 to 40. As you can see, the 84 is much higher than that. Still a little bit below the Marathon Health benchmark, something we're focused on and working on, but it's really a very high score, and it's, again, another tremendous credit to the team working at the health center. And this lower right quadrant, we'll dig into that with a little bit more detail. In terms of savings to the health plan, and again, this was something that came up when I was still in office. It continues to come up in today. The service that you're providing to City of Rockford employees has a direct financial benefit to the City of Rockford as an organization, has a direct benefit to those employees, but it also supports taxpayers, because the more money the city can save in its health plan, especially when budgets are challenged, it's a great way to really be a hedge against rising costs overall in healthcare, but overall, your overall budget challenges. Any questions on that? I won't go into all the details on this patient success story. And by the way, this material will all be available if you want to look in it and you have any questions for me afterwards. I'm happy to go into detail. But this patient success story really tells a story about an individual that Anthony was able to work with, who was part of our GLP-1. Everybody familiar with this GLP-1 term? So it's one of the weight loss drugs, diabetes management drugs. It's really had some, there's incredible power to some of these weight loss drugs and diabetes management drugs that are out there, but they're also very expensive. There's also a tremendous amount of risk that could accompany the administration of these drugs. So the City of Rockford really worked, and again, I give credit to Rockford Consulting and Brokerage and the HR leadership team for saying, hey, we don't want to just allow these drugs that are very costly and carry these risks to go out to our members without some guardrails. So the plan encourages members to utilize the city's health center where they're going to be actively managed in their use of these drugs. Currently, there's 18 active patients. 17 are on meds. And by the way, you can't just get the medication. You've got to go through counseling and support. Really, the goal is not that someone's on these drugs forever, but that they use the drugs as a way to help get a handle on the concerns that they have, and then start building the lifestyle management approaches that can help them be healthy and not have to be on the drugs for the rest of their lives. Average weight loss for those participants currently on the program is over 24 pounds. And that's a program that the city continues to monitor and really work with as a team to make sure we're doing the best we can for your members, which in turn is good for your health plan. I already covered a good amount of this, and I won't go into a lot of detail here, but this is just more detail about we don't just look at patient satisfaction, we look at the details of, are you able to get your scheduled preferred time? Did you have to wait a significant amount of time before you're able to get into your appointment? What's your overall satisfaction with the experience? And again, these are all extremely high numbers. A couple of key things I'll just pull out again from the member satisfaction surveys. A lot of references to the provider team, which is really not a surprise, with Anthony, Dr. Dave, and Casey just providing exceptional experience. They talk about the professional, friendly, and attentive patient-focused care model, and those in our team going above and beyond to deliver the care that we all know the City of Rockford employees deserve and their family members as well. A little bit of the utilization data, and I'll just call out that approximately over the last 12 months, 70% of the clinic utilization has been by repeat users of the clinic. What we find is that when members start to use the clinic, they keep coming back. And the average number of visits on an annual basis was 3 visits per member utilizing the clinic. One thing that the city invested in a little over a year ago was the addition of behavioral health services. This is something that has continued to grow over the last year, but I will call out that, and we had a good amount of discussion about it today during our staff deep dive into the data. We want to do everything we can over the next year to drive increased engagement by our fire and police departments. I don't know if I mentioned this, but my role today with Marathon Health, I have a national role, so I'm meeting with public sector organizations across the country. And as odd as it may sound, one of the challenges that we've noted with some of our operations supporting the public sector is that they're, despite the offering of a resource like behavioral health, sometimes there's certain members of the employee base that are just concerned. They're concerned about privacy, they're concerned about their health records, they just may not have the trust that's going to drive engagement. So if you look at the data for overall engagement with the City of Rockford employee base, got really good engagement with your fire department, police department. But with behavioral health, it's been a real challenge over this last year. So we're really looking at ways over this coming year, what can we do to make sure Casey is being introduced directly to fire and police leadership, whether it's attending a roll call or a fire training or visiting a firehouse. We want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to build relationships, build trust. And we understand, you can Google me and you can know what kind of challenges that the city faced when we were trying to build trust, especially with first responders. They have very tough jobs. But I think over the next year, the team, our staff, our clinical leadership is really going to do a lot of work to try to make sure we're building as much trust as we can, because we just know from our national prevalence rates that there can be a great deal of need within those specific populations. As we turn into some of the specific data on our high and chronic population, there's an old adage about those, really it's an 80-20 rule. About 20% of your population in a given year is really driving a good amount of your overall utilization in those very costly areas of your health plan spend. And our job is to try to identify who's at high and chronic condition risk and try to engage that population. So within the employee population, 809 members were identified as high risk, and you can see in the detail the types of risks that were uncovered. And then this next slide shows the overall prevalence rates of chronic conditions for the entire membership and the different types of risks experienced by the overall population. That's sort of the bad news. That's the challenge. The good news is that we have done a very good job of engaging employees at high risk and meeting them where they are. And as you can see in this slide, showing significant improvement in the risk profile for those members that are engaging. This slide goes into the detail on the specific types of risks, such as high body mass index, high blood pressure, high A1C readings, high cholesterol readings, and shows that we've been able to make significant progress in those areas with the overall employee population. And then in terms of the overall impact on the City of Rockford's planned spending, what you'll see in this slide is a very important figure which shows that we're addressing very high-risk patients, and we're showing overall improvement not only in health but lower costs. So this slide shows that well above the Marathon Health benchmark of $1,100, for every engaged member, the City of Rockford is spending nearly $1,800 less per member per year. And then if you look at that data by chronic condition, very similar data. Those engaged members with a chronic condition, on average, the city's spending over $1,500 less when you look at all the chronic conditions averaged. This is another way of looking at the data. So we were looking at savings, engaged members versus non-engaged members by chronic condition. This slide is a slide that we've been looking at ever since the clinic went live back in 2014. And what it's looking at is another way to address and evaluate savings. And it's comparing a trend line before the city went live with Marathon Health 2 years prior. What was the trend on average spending, and compares that to what the city's been spending since that time. Now, Marathon Health doesn't take credit for all that savings. There's been a tremendous amount of work with all of your healthcare partners, but I would say Marathon, when we're doing our job correctly, we can serve as a hub of health so that our primary care providers are help directing and supporting your local hospital systems. Whether it's diabetes care management, things that we don't do with cancer care, heart disease care, we're able to be a better partner with those other community members when we have the data, when we have the guidance, we have the direction, and we have the support of the city council to try to address those patterns that we saw beforehand. And the good news is, when you look at the cumulative savings, well, let me back up. Just over this last year, compared to where the city projected cost to be, there was a savings of approximately $5.8 million below projected costs spend for year 11. When you look at the cumulative savings over time, that equates to just under $58 million in cumulative savings. So what's in it for City of Rockford taxpayers is having directly your hands on the levers of healthcare in a way that you didn't beforehand to try to address chronic disease, initiate engagement strategies with your members, and ultimately achieve savings. It's a great story. It's a story that I think the City of Rockford should be very proud of. You are really at the forefront for these 11 years and leading, I would say, a public sector drive of improving health outcomes for your people and supporting good outcomes for your community members. I would also just add something that the city should know. When the city first contracted with Marathon Health, this industry was really just getting started. Marathon Health was founded in 2005. When the city contracted with Marathon Health in 2014, there was about 300,000 patients eligible to use Marathon Health services nationally. Today it's around 3 million. So that's been a result of a lot of organic growth. Again, you can look around this community now. There's several local governments that have added worksite health, employer-sponsored health, like the city did. The city was really a leader in all this. Other cities, local governments, state governments across the country have been doing the same. Marathon Health has grown organically. We've also grown through a number of mergers and acquisitions. And I would just leave you with this and be happy to take questions. If there's ever any question about how we do our work, it, as I mentioned before, starts and ends with our providers. Everything we do on the business side is about supporting members having a great experience with a provider. And if there's ever any question about that or challenge, please feel free to reach out to me, because no matter how big we get as a business, it ultimately comes down to one patient at a time. We achieve population health outcomes one patient at a time. So with that, again, Mayor, it's an honor to be here. Happy to take any questions that the council might have.
Alderwoman Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor. So if somebody needs to be hospitalized for whatever, does our doctor act as the primary, or is the person, they're just told, well, you have this issue, you need to find somebody?
So it's a very good question. So I'll answer it two ways. Number one, if someone is in the hospital, we don't make rounds. We would rely on the hospitalist, typically in the hospital, to do that care while the patient is in the hospital. That being said, we share records back and forth. So we may have made the referral to the hospital. And frankly, it's happened several times over the 11 years that the City of Rockford has been in operation with the clinic, that a patient may be diagnosed with an urgent need, and we will make the referral. There's been times when we've called the ambulance directly from the clinic because there was something we identified and somebody needed immediate care. We will track that patient, especially if we're the medical home. Oftentimes, a patient may have a primary care provider outside of Marathon Health that is their PCP, and we're just complementing their care. In other cases, we are their patient-centered medical home. And so in that case, we're doing even more work to track the medications to make sure we're managing that patient from the day they go into the hospital to their discharge from the hospital, and make sure we're following up with them with whatever their care plan is.
So let's say they need a cardiologist.
Yep.
Do we then make the referral, or do we say, good luck?
No, we do not. And Dr. Dave, Anthony, if I mess up anything, feel free to jump in and correct me. But the City of Rockford has invested with Marathon Health in our referral team so that we will make a referral. If a patient already has somebody that they've seen before and they want to continue to see, that's always their choice. But we absolutely will guide the patient through that process and actually help them make sure they get the appointment that they've got scheduled and do the follow-up and make sure there's a closed loop in that process. what we see oftentimes in the community is that because of the complexity of healthcare, even if there's been a referral from a traditional primary care office, the patient may not go. And so part of our job is to make sure that we're closing the loop and ensuring that the patient actually does they didn't just get a referral, that they actually made an appointment. We'll help them make that appointment if they need that, and make sure that they did the follow-up.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Meeks?
Thank you so much. I wanted to know, and maybe you can answer the question, maybe it's directed to the finance director, what is the cost to operate the wellness center?
Yeah, I don't have the specific number. I don't think I have it in front of me, but
I don't have it handy, but I'll find it.
I'm just trying to understand
yes.
I understand the importance of why you're here and having, someone to help regulate the health of our employees. It gives me a little apprehension because I'm not seeing the numbers that I think I'd like to see for what perhaps the cost is, but I don't know that because I don't know what the cost is.
Yeah, so I should have had it on this slide, my apologies, but that number that you're talking to is actually embedded in when you see the ROI number. So what this ROI number, the 5.8 ROI, is saying, essentially for every dollar the city has invested, it's getting a return of almost $6. And so I can't remember this precise number, it's around, I want to say, $1 million annually, the cost of operating the clinic.
I think it's 1.2.
Yeah, 1.2 million. And so what that number is embedded here is showing that, again, for every dollar that's been invested since the city's gone live with the health center, it's achieving almost a six-fold return on that investment.
And how do you measure that?
Yeah, so that was a little bit of the data that this slide shows is a comparison of what the city was spending on healthcare before hiring Marathon Health, and it had a trend line. So again, this is a hard to understand slide. My apologies, it's very noisy. But essentially what it's saying is that that green squiggly line is what the costs of the health plan are each month that the health center has been in operation. And it reads a little bit like a heart, EKG or something. But what you're seeing is that orange line was where the costs were trending. What you've been able to see since that line over on the left where it says go live, that was 2014, October 2014 specifically. So what's been really remarkable is that since that time, the city of Rockford has generally been able to keep those green squiggly lines below the orange. Not every single year, but pretty much. Or not every single month, but pretty much every year, we've been able to keep the number, that green below the orange, which means you're beating trend. So one of the things in healthcare that's discussed, and the inflation rate for healthcare is estimated here at a really we would say conservative number, 6.5%. So healthcare costs, are going up at an average of 6.5%, basically no matter what you do. That's salaries, that's wages, that's overall costs of care. The city of Rockford's been able to beat that significantly. So this is a way of showing savings against trend. The other way we look at it is this number here, which is the cost of engaged members versus non-engaged. So what we do is we look at a cohort, and this one's overall numbers, and this one's by chronic condition. So this is looking at how much money is this? What we're able to do is the city digests all of the Blue Cross Blue Shield claims. They come into our data warehouse. And by the way, the city's consultant, Rockford Consulting and Brokerage, also has a big hand in analyzing this data. And what we look at is sort of by chronic condition. So let's say you have a patient that's using the health center and one that's not using the health center. And what we're finding is that the engaged patients tend to be sicker, but they're spending less. So you think about that. If we're looking at the data, one's using the clinic, one's not using the clinic, and this is, by the way, a trend that we've seen now with the city of Rockford for years, those that are using the clinic are actually costing the city's health plan less every year when you measure it by chronic condition, when you measure it on members using the clinic versus not using the clinic. And when you aggregate that, again, that's not the only way to look at data, but that really leads to a big portion of what we see in this trend savings. I also believe that there's a number of things that the city's done from a wellness standpoint, from overall, this is the biometric screenings, health risk assessments. Not every patient, we believe we're doing our job effectively when we empower patients, to take control of their own health journey. And then they end up doing the work. No matter how good we are as providers, we're not overseeing everybody when they go out to eat, right? So when we give nutrition counseling, a part of that patient success story, when you look in there, a lot of it was just basic nutrition counseling, letting people know what's healthy, what's not healthy. You can see in that story, somebody thought oatmeal with maple syrup was a healthy dinner. It's not, right? Especially if you have someone who's diabetic or pre-diabetic. So a lot of what we believe we're having success with isn't just seeing a patient, it's them taking over control of their health journey. The mayor just handed me some of the additional data, which again, we're happy to share. This was in the more detailed work that we went through today in our analysis, which shows the savings. Another way to value the impact of the experience with Marathon Health is when you compare what you would be paying on a dollar basis if you were visiting Marathon Health versus visiting a community health provider. Typical out in the community national data is the average duration of an appointment with a primary care provider is 9.7 minutes. Think about that, 9.7 minutes. You may wait months to get an appointment. How much time you have with a provider is 9.7 minutes.
So that's national data?
That's national data. Okay. And that's your typical community fee-for-service healthcare provider. And it's not because they don't care. It's because the model doesn't support it, right? They've got a waiting room filled with patients. They just can't spend the time. Our average appointment time with a Marathon Health provider at the City Rockford Clinic over the last year was 36 minutes. So compare that, 9 minutes, 9.7 minutes to 36 minutes. If you evaluated that on a dollar for dollar basis, the value of a Marathon Health, the average cost for a provider visit out in the community for that 9.7 minutes is $155. If you extrapolated that out, it's another way of looking at value. City of Rockford employees have achieved over $800,000 in savings just when you look at the value of that primary care experience. Sometimes we get compared, why do you cost what you cost? You got to look at the details of what we're actually getting. The patient experience is fundamentally different. We like to say the medicine matters. If your patient experience is 9.7 minutes, there's just no way for a provider to go into the lifestyle management, the detail that Anthony, Dr. Dave, Casey, and our other team members are going into. And that's really another way of seeing value. But it's a great question. It's a question we're ongoing. We continually ask ourselves as we're providing care for our patients.
And I just have one last question. I'm assuming this is a contract that's renewed annually?
So our current contract, I believe, is a 3-year contract with 2 renewal periods, and I can't remember for second year of that current cycle.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Alderman Beach.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Larry, too, for your presentation. Will we ever find basic pharmacy services coming in to our clinics, especially for these chronic issues that you have used as the ones that you see most often? Are we ever going to do that? Will that make any sense at all?
So it's a great question. The question is, around pharmacy, and just as a reminder, we do operate a dispensary, different from a pharmacy, but there's literally dozens of generic basic medications. So it could be antibiotic, could be a cholesterol medication that we're able to provide directly at no cost to the patient at the health center. So that's available currently, and we do a lot of dispensing over the course of a year. In terms of a full pharmacy, and we do have, it's a growing segment of our business. we would look for a little bit larger employee population to be able to support a full pharmacy just from an ROI standpoint. So currently the way we model it, we haven't been able to see the return on investment for a full pharmacy, but it's something that comes up on a regular basis. And what I would say is, as this Marathon Health's footprint is growing in the Rockford area, so for example, Harlem Schools is now a client of ours. We've got several unions that are clients of ours. There may be opportunities that we will revisit in terms of having a conversation with the city's HR leadership, with your consultant about, hey, are we at a point where perhaps the city might not be able to cost justify it on your own, but potentially as a shared resource, it might make sense. And frankly, I've raised it with some of our other, clients and prospects. The city of Rockford's footprint is pretty large in terms of the facility you have, the old Fran Crawl, if anybody remembers what it used to be, where the city's clinic is. So theoretically, down the road, could that be a footprint where you could add a full pharmacy? I think that's something that's worth revisiting, absolutely.
Thank you.
Alderman Salgado, first Alderwoman Torina, then I'll go to Salgado and then Thunberg.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morrissey, for your presentation. Outside of the question asked about the pharmacy, typically sometimes we get to hear about maybe some additional services that you guys are looking into possibly offering. Is there anything like you can kind of tell us that's on the horizon?
Yeah, one of the services that we've looked at is physical therapy. One of the largest, we wanted to get some detail on this. If you strip away some of your highest cost claimants, MSK, I think, was the second cost. Multiple musculoskeletal disease was, I think, the number 2 highest cost area of spend for the City of Rockford Health Plan. You've got employees with very challenging jobs that demand the use of their bodies, police, fire, public works, among others. So potentially that's an area that we've thought could deserve some additional attention. The city's looked at it in the past. I think we've got a really good use case for it. Again, it might be something that as we enter into the new year, could come back with some ROI analysis on that. And I'll give you an example. I was just touring recently City of Richmond, Virginia Health Center, where they do have a full-time physical therapist. What they're actually seeing is that the physical therapist is going out on site to fire stations, police stations. They're visiting, locations where they may have a public works operation and doing some initial assessments, bringing some preventive type exercises into the workplace. And that's really end up being a very popular source or a popular service that we can provide that you don't typically get out in the community when it's not your provider, right? When it's your provider, you have the liberty of really thinking creatively about how to engage those members. And what they're finding in Richmond and other communities where they've offered the service is that it's actually helping to also drive additional engagement in other service areas. When you build trust with a given provider, then they may take the referral back over to primary care, diabetes management, whatever the other concern might be that the patient shares when they're engaging with that provider. So MSK, I would say, is one of the ones that's definitely on the list.
Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mr. Morrissey. Quick question regarding, just like Alderman Beach kind of pointed out, looking at page 20 of the packet, looking at the different chronic conditions, asthma, hypertension, that kind of stuff. Is there an ability for Marathon and the Wellness to try to negotiate with our current prescription providers on certain things like hypertension, diabetes, from that perspective to kind of reduce the cost on that, to go out? I know they have like CareMax and some other out there companies where you refill constantly at a more discounted rate, from that perspective to lower some of the prescription cost, not only help the employees but also the city of Rockford as a whole.
So I would It's a great question. I would defer to the city's consultant, Ryan Bronze from Rockford Consulting, and Sharice Hunter, HR director, on some of the specifics of that. What I would say is we try to complement whatever the partner is to make sure that we're, from a clinical standpoint, supporting the use of those high-cost drugs. So the GLP-1 program that I mentioned earlier, the design of that is to ensure that that very costly drug is complemented by a care model that really supports the best outcomes for the patient. But in terms of the actual, provider of the GLP-1 drugs or other high-cost chronic condition management drugs, the city really is, for the most part, outside of the drugs that we have through the dispensary, the city's managing that through their PBM, pharmacy benefit management program.
Thank you.
Mr. Bronze, do you want to address that question at all?
Yes, thank you, Alderman, for the question. So the City of Rockford is currently with Express Scripts as the pharmacy benefit manager, and we recently went through a full analysis of that, and we're going to recommend that we stay with Express Scripts this year, and they came back with additional reduction in pricing, and it should save us a significant amount of money. There are opportunities to do things with specific drugs. Right, so we have some very high-cost drugs, and manufacturers have specific programs, coupon programs, other programs where they'll heavily discount a drug. Some of that would require plan document change and could maybe impact our collective bargaining agreements in that respect. Okay, so there are some things that we can do on a drug-by-drug basis for some of the very expensive drugs. It's a little more sophisticated, but it's certainly something the cities can do. We take a look at all the pharmacy contract and all the pharmacy vendors every year. And this is the end of the year 3 pricing agreement with Express Scripts. So we went back out to the market, and you'll hear a little bit about this in a future meeting. But we went back out to the market and looked at all the pharmacy benefit contracts available and used the power of competition to get a little bit better deal. There are some things to do, again, on some specific drugs. Some of the GLP-1 drugs, for example, that's a very costly drug. I mean, we're probably going to spend $2 million this year on that drug. And the people that go through our clinic are having much better outcomes with that drug. It is now a widely prescribed drug, and not everybody that's using that drug is going through our clinic necessarily. So there are some issues there. We might be able to provide some steerage or some extra benefits for employees to use that. But those types of relationships that we review thoroughly. If you have any more questions, I can get into more detail with you or share with you some of those things. I think in a future meeting when we come up to the Express Scripts renewal in the next couple of weeks, we can talk a little bit more about it if you want.
Thank you. Alderman Thunberg?
Thank you, Mayor. I am a firm believer in preventive medicine and such, or preventive actions taken to prevent further ailments and such, and I think Marathon has done a fantastic job at that. I'm impressed by the numbers, the percentages that were shown earlier. Again, very impressive. Dr. Bulger, fantastic work. Anthony, we are going to miss you. You have done a terrific job over the times that I've met with you, and time spent, I'm glad, Larry, you pointed that out, because time spent is important, and we know we hear a lot about the lack of time spent in the general medical marketplace. Casey, I haven't seen you yet, but after this weekend's snow removal or lack of by our contractors, I think I may need to make an appointment with you. So I know the inaccuracy of the statement of if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. We know that hasn't been the case in the general health marketplace. So my question would be is that I think there's been a lot of satisfied individuals within the city that have participated with Marathon. In a hypothetical situation, but could be fact maybe in the long run. Alderman Logeman attempts to outdo Alderman Beach in length of terms, but decides at some point to retire. He likes the service at Marathon. Is there any plan with Marathon to extend to retirees, whether, of Rockford, city of Rockford.
Director Hunter?
Yes, we started this summer with adding retirees who can see our physicians at the clinic. So that is currently taking place.
Well, that's fantastic news.
Yes.
For Alderman Logeman.
And you can keep your doctor.
All right. At least we got it here in the city of Rockford. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Well, Mayor, I would just say sincerely thank you. Thank your amazing team at Marathon. Had the opportunity to meet with you and your team earlier, and it's just evident each year. Those employees who are engaged with Marathon have better health outcomes, and they save taxpayer money. And I think the addition of behavioral health is only going to strengthen. We'll see that continue to grow, but just want to say thank you and to the entire team. Appreciate the work that you do on behalf of all the employees as well as our taxpayers.
Thank you. It's an honor to be able to continue to serve the city, and appreciate all the work that you do and continue to do on behalf of our community. Thank you.
And feel free to stay around if you want. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that presentation. Next, we're going to move to a variety of different public hearings that we have this evening. Our first public hearing is a public hearing on 2026 budget and appropriation ordinance, and I'll turn that hearing over to Alderman Frost, who chairs Finance and Personnel.
Thank you, Your Honor. I hereby call the public hearing on the proposed 2026 municipal budget and appropriation ordinance to order. Pursuant to 65 ILCS 5/8-2-9, a public hearing must be conducted by the City Council prior to the adoption of an appropriation ordinance. Notice of this hearing was given by publication in the RR Star on October 17, 2025. That notice informs citizens of Rockford that a copy of the proposed budget and appropriation ordinance could be reviewed in the Finance Department here at City Hall from 8 to 5 on weekdays. The proposed budget was also available online on the city's website. Are there any questions or comments from the general public with regard to the proposed appropriation ordinance? If so, please step to the microphone and give us your name, address, and make a statement. We will limit these statements to 3 minutes per person. Is there anyone willing or wishing to comment on this? Sir, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Stephen McMaster. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We just had a fantastic presentation by the old mayor where we learned some interesting details, one of which about new costs the city has experienced. The GLP-1 drugs seem to cost about $2 million is the projected estimate. I realize that was an offhand comment, but still said in session. There are different elements that we can look at when we come to budget proposals, and it's important to, we will hear lots of comment about certain sources being leveraged. It's also important to realize we are offering more benefits. And so if there are opportunities that we might have to limit benefits in order to maintain promises made to the public of Rockford, I would sincerely appreciate this board paying attention to that and looking into ways to not break promises we have previously made to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, this public hearing is hereby adjourned. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. But sorry. Can you please state your name?
My name's Hannah Underhill. The regrow funds were meant for people who have been jailed or oppressed because of marijuana funds and because of marijuana. Because of marijuana laws that are no longer in place, and these have had a long-lasting effect on people's families and their work history. And so by not distributing the regrow funds to people, you're further marginalizing these people who are already marginalized. So we need to distribute the regrow funds and not oppress people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Could you just please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Fauna Lewis. You have to state my address. Illinois. I am speaking today to express that I do not support the use of previously promised regrowth funds to balance the Rockford City budget and the mayor's manufactured deficit. I urge you to look for additional funding means, such as casino revenues suggested for a new unnecessary fire station on the east side, so that promises made to our Rockford communities are upheld. Stealing these funds will further the divide and trust between the city and these affected communities. These are our neighbors and friends, and they are integral to the amazing city of Rockford. Diverting these promised funds will send a clear message that Rockford governance does not care about these people. I implore you, do not throw them away or dismiss them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brother John Tack Brantley.
Oh, sorry. Let me get your mic on. There you go.
Okay. Brother John Tack Brantley. The regrowth funds came about during the Springfield legislation to target the have-nots, those that was involved, those that was affected by the war on drugs. That was the regrowth whole fund was about, the war on drugs. 98% of the funds, of regrowth funds, went to organizations that had nothing to do with the war on drugs. The Discovery Center, the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club, they was not affected by the war on drugs. And when you have a grant, that grant, if you gave me a grant and I used that grant to go buy me a van and what have you, I'll be going straight, you have me locked up straight to jail. Only less than 2% of the people who was affected by the war on drugs ever received any of that funding. That funding was supposed to stimulate the have-nots, and yet, once again, it's called white privilege and Jim Crow. When you take our funds and you use our funds for something else, that's called white privilege, and that's dead wrong. That regrowth money should not go to anything but to the have-nots. Thank you for allowing me to speak, but I'm going to talk about that again when I meet the mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'll be brief. My name is Ken Dickens. I am listed to speak, but because we had this opportunity, I will use this opportunity. I believe wholeheartedly that these aldermen should not vote tonight because there is no provision that it cannot happen again in another deficit a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, that the city says, hey, there's a hole that we're trying to fill. Let me take the regrow grant, not anybody else's grant, not Jewish people or other people. Let me take that grant and let me throw it in the hole. It's not going to fix it, but let me throw it in the hole. It's not fixing anything. No one said it would fix anything, but no one proposed how to fix it. And that's my problem as a citizen. You all here know that the regrow grant is not being used or proposed to be used to fix anything. It's being thrown at something, but it's not fixing anything. You're going to have a deficit next year, and the year after that, the year after that. The point that I'm making is this. There needs to be a provision that if, in fact, you are considering using it, that it's not an all-or-nothing approach, because it's already been stated in previous meetings that once the money, if it gets used, it will not be replenished in the regrow grant. To me, as a citizen, that's theft. If I stole $2.6 million, I'm sure he'd gladly walk over to me, or Carla would walk over to me and give me some handcuffs. I consider it theft. How many years has Rockford had where there was a 20 million plus surplus that hit this city? How many years has that happened? But you can't say in the provision, well, the next surplus that we have, we can't anticipate it, but the next surplus we have will replenish the regrow grant out of the surplus? All I'm hearing is we don't have it. We don't have it. We don't have it. Well, you wouldn't even have the $2 million if it had been spent properly, Mr. McNamara, over the last 2 years. It would have never accrued in an account. It would have never been there. It wouldn't even be a discussion today because it would have gone out in grant form. Am I wrong? It would have gone out in grant form to the public. My biggest issue, and I'm going to end with this, we are in a recession nationally. Housing foreclosures are going through the roof nationally. Car repos are going through the roof nationally. Job layoffs are going through the roof nationally. Is this city exempt? What's the plan, Rockford? Do you have a plan? What's the plan? But yet, somehow, this grant got targeted as some end-all, be-all, but yet there's a $3 million bike path somewhere, and there's funding for that. Was that ever considered? No, we got to use the regrow grant. We're not going to replenish it. We have to use it. We have to use it. We have to use it. Why?
Thank you. All right. Then this public hearing is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will move to another public hearing. And this public hearing is a public hearing on the pre-annexation of 5581 Montague, and Alderman Bell will chair that hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. A public hearing is being held tonight pursuant to 65 Illinois compiled statutes 511 through 15, 1-3 for the pre-annexation agreement for the following property: 5581 Montague Road. Notice of this hearing was given by publication in the Rockford Register-Star on November 6, 2025. That notice informed citizens of Rockford that the Rockford City Council would hold a public hearing on Monday, December 1st, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in council chambers for the consideration of a proposed pre-annexation agreement for 5581 Montague Road. Are there any comments or questions from City Council members on the pre-annexation agreement? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments for the public? This hearing is now closed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more hearing this evening. It's a public hearing on the request to vacate the right-of-way at 203 South Rockford Avenue. It's a portion of an alley. Alderman Bell will chair that one as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to 65 ILCS 511-91-1, a public hearing must be conducted by the corporate authorities upon submission of a proposed right-of-way vacation. Notice of this hearing was given by publication in the Rockford Register-Star on November 6, 2025. That notice informed citizens of Rockford that the Rockford City Council would hold a public hearing on Monday, December 1st, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in City Council chambers on the second floor at Rockford City Hall, located at 425 East State Street, Rockford, Illinois, for the consideration of a proposed right-of-way vacation for the portion of North and South Alley between 2nd Avenue and East State Street, adjacent to the west of 203 South Rockford Avenue. Are there any questions or comments from the City Council members on the vacation? Are there any questions or comments for the public? The hearing is closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move to petitions and communications, and we'll start with Planning and Development Committee and Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 1 is a memorandum from Anna Garrison, Economic Development Manager, regarding a proposed resolution calling for a public hearing and convening a joint review board meeting in connection with the new tax increment financing district, referred to Planning and Development Committee.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Code and Regulation Committee and Alderman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. Under Code and Regulation Committee, Item 1, memorandum from Scott Capavilla, Planning and Zoning Manager, regarding the final plat at Kebby Subdivision, referred to Code and Regulation Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Finance and Personnel Committee and Alderman Frost.
Thank you. All three of these matters will be referred to the Finance and Personnel Committee. Number 1 is a memorandum from Timothy Hinkins regarding an understanding, a city-state memorandum of understanding for Rockford Complete Streets Rehabilitation Supplement 1. Number 2 is a memorandum from Faniqua Hughes regarding acceptance of an Office of Head Start Early Head Start Continuation Application Grant Award. And number 3 is a memorandum from Robert Willamy regarding the transfer of city-owned property located at 2022 Auburn Street to the city's Mo-to-Own program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move to our public speakers. I want to remind our public speakers that there's a microphone on the back right as well as the back left of council chambers. You'll have 3 minutes to address the city council. If my phone is functioning properly, you'll hear an alarm. If it is not, I will just ask you to close your comments at the end of 3 minutes. Our first public speaker this evening is Tyler Creeder.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Creator, or when I'm in trouble, it's Mr. Kreider, or you can call me Tyler the Creator. I come to today's meeting to address the Regrow program. From my understanding, Regrow was created to provide meaningful opportunities for black and brown communities who were disproportionately harmed by the war on drugs. That war launched under the Nixon administration and then expanded under President Ronald Reagan, whose failed trickle-down economics and deep cuts to education and social programs caused long-lasting damage, left deep wounds that cities like Rockford are still working to heal. Unfortunately, we are now watching history repeat itself as our current president has adopted similar approaches to harm vulnerable communities with cuts to Medicaid, food assistance, attack on the Department of Education, attacks on black museums, black history and the Smithsonian, and social safety nets. In 2024, the city of Rockford publicly announced that $500,000 would be invested in this initiative. This commitment mattered. It signaled a willingness to acknowledge past harms and invest in a future where BIPOC communities could thrive. And now we hear that these funds may be diverted to build a fire station. I firmly believe public safety is important, but commitments to equity and justice are not optional or interchangeable. When the city makes a promise to the BIPOC community, it must honor that promise. I live by the statement that if you make a promise, you got to hold up to it as best as you can. Many of you are familiar with the work. Many of you are familiar with my work helping businesses understand their rights when confronted by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I do this work because trust between institutions and the community is essential. Upholding the Regrow commitment would strengthen that trust. Breaking it would deepen that divide. From what I understand, the city budget is not even due until March or April of 2026. So why rush this decision? I respectfully urge you to postpone the reallocation of these funds, take time to deliberate among your leadership, and identify alternative funding for the fire station without sacrificing the Regrow funding. Doing the right thing here would not only uphold the city's commitment, it would send a clear message. Rockford stands by its words, values its residents, and invests in the communities most impacted by systemic injustice. I know right now during the time of political fire with this current administration that we have in the White House and everything else in between, we are all at one another, but we got to have solidarity and stick along one side of one another no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker this evening is Denzel Winter.
Good afternoon, council people. I come to talk about our children on the west side over by Auburn High School and McIntosh, right across the street from the park over there, going toward West State. There's no sidewalks over there. And there need to be sidewalks. Too many people have been getting ran over because they're walking out into the streets. And what I would hate to have one of my children, one of my grandchildren, or a friend of a child of mine get killed. And we finally, after that death, we finally decide to put a sidewalk so the kids can don't have to walk on the street. They can walk on a sidewalk and be somewhat safe. And to me, it don't make sense. You got a sidewalk on the other side where hardly any kids walk. But on the side where the kids come from over there at, I'm going to call it by its old name, Concord, and they got to walk in the street. That's dangerous. And I hope we don't have to wait until some of our kids get killed. So we need to see what we can do. It's too late now, it's wintertime. But what we can do to get them that sidewalk so the kids will be safe. And, you know, that's what I'm looking at. You know, I'm looking for the safety of our children. Death shouldn't have to be a cause to put something down. We got to be proactive, not reactive. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker this evening is Prophet Yusuf.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the book of James, the first chapter, the 22nd verse, it says, do not merely listen to the word and so deceive yourself. Do what it says. What I want to speak about tonight, they said there was no Native Americans to get the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's a lie. There were 33. I'm going to name them. One, Adam Payne, the Indian Campaign. Isaac Payne, Indian Campaign. Rowley, Indian Campaign. John Ward, Indian Campaign. William Alshey, Indian Campaign. Blanket, Indian Campaign. Chico, Indian Campaign. Ned Bear, Indian Campaign. Elsat, Indian Campaign. Pompey Factor, Indian Campaign. Jim, Indian Campaign. Nase, Indian Campaign. Kosa, Indian Campaign. Masha, Indian Campaign. Nana Sadi, Indian Campaign. Natish, Indian Campaign. Vante Barefoot, World War II. Gregory Papa, Boynton, World War II. Ernest Chief Childers, World War II. John Crew, World War II. Ernest Chief, World War II. Jack Montgomery, World War II. Ian Reese, World War II. Reuben Riviera, World War II. Tony K. Barris, Korean War. Charles George, Korean War. Raymond Harvey, Korean War. Wooden W. Keeley, Korean War. Mitchell Red, Cloud Jr., Korean War. Roy Benavides, my good friend. The Greyhound Man, Vietnam. Dwight B. Birdwell, Vietnam. Michael Thornton, Vietnam. James E. Williams, my good friend, a river rat like me, Vietnam. So don't believe the lies they say about Native Americans. They have fought and died for the United States of America. I also want to tell my Aunt Mary, Mr. Shirelli, County Board President wife, my brother-in-law, Eric, who was in Vietnam, and I'm going to get it off my chest tonight. I don't like you, I love you, and you can't do nothing about it, and happy birthday, my good friend. And while I'm talking about birthday, I want to wish myself a good birthday. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to my good friends, happy birthday to you. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next public speaker we have this evening is Ken Dickens.
And I saw the unique opportunity to speak twice, and I took it. Rightfully so. I do not believe that there needs to be a vote tonight, because I honestly don't believe the parameters of this money being situated as an all or nothing. I don't believe that it has to be that. I really don't. For the last 4 to 5 years, we've had a $20 billion surplus. Look it up. Google's free. So you mean to tell me with an anticipated surplus, which is going to hit again, you can't find $2 billion out of the surplus? That if you had to use the Regro grant, you can't possibly find it to replenish an opportunity? Please, anyone here, name an opportunity that has been structured and targeted to help black and brown people in Rockford. Name something else outside of the Regro grant, please, anyone. 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 That's my point. There isn't anything else. There is nothing else here. That money represents someone being able to create a job, maybe a restaurant, laundromat, a business, then eventually purchase a home, maybe place his kids in college, maybe stay here in Rockford. But the irony is, with a cannabis felony, he can't open a dispensary, and he can barely get a job at McDonald's. That's the truth of the matter. Not to mention lengthy jail sentences for nonviolent crimes. But now you have doctors and lawyers in Illinois leaving their practices and becoming multimillionaires within 2 to 3 years of dealing with legal cannabis. So do I honestly believe the discussion has to be, let's vote tonight on, well, we're going to use it, but you can't have it replenished? I think there needs to be something in black and white that has to be observed, that there has to be something going forward, that this conversation doesn't happen again, because you're going to have deficits all the way out to 2030. It's inevitable. That's where the country is. Rockford's not exempt. What's the plan for Rockford? Anybody? 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 You don't have one. You don't have one. That's why I'm passionate about this money. Anyone that can look me in the eye and say, I don't have a plan, but I'm going to use this, but it's not to fix anything, I don't trust it. Again, as a citizen of Rockford, I say you hold off on voting tonight until you have language written down stating if we run into this deficit situation again, that the reroll grant is untouchable. Because you're removing opportunities. That's 2 years worth of opportunities. 2 years worth. Just wiped off the table just because? It is a form of reparations. Don't get it twisted. It is a form of reparations for people that look just like me. And to say, oh, well. Oh, well.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment. Is Letisa Wallace, Dr. Letisa Wallace, with us? Okay, thank you. Mr. Brantley? Real quick, just so I got to do one quick thing formally. Does anyone have any opposition if I allow Mr. Brantley, who was signed up, but the last speaker had that spot because they were speaking on topic? Anyone have any objection to that? Mr. Brantley?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor McNamara, our aldermen, and our citizens of Rockford, Illinois. Just want to let y'all know, tomorrow I'm back on the radio. Back in the 80s, I was on WLUV 96.7. Starting every other Tuesday, I'll be back on SOAR's radio. So I get more than 3 minutes to speak. I get a whole hour to speak. And mind you, in 2009, I started speaking at City Hall. And City Hall viewing started increasing. Whenever I don't speak, people are wondering and asking me in the streets, what happened, Brother John? Why you didn't speak? And what have you. But what I want to talk about tonight is what's coming up at the end of this month and what have you. I'm looking forward to having Gina Minch as the head of my board of Rock River Training. I mean, not Rock River Training, Renewal Turning Point Program board. But Renewal Turning Point came up under Rock River Training back then in the 80s. It was called the Turning Point Program. And this here weekend, we was in our first parade and strolled on State Street. Yesterday, we took the kids to see Wicked. Come on the 29th of this month, we want to take our kids to the Harlem Gold Travelers game. Those that don't know about the Harlem Gold Travelers, before it was the NBA, it was the Harlem Gold Travelers. Now, just to give you a small history, they're going to be here on the 29th. We plan on having over 100 people at their game. The Park District, I'm meeting with Lamont Jones. He on board with it. At the beginning of the year, I talked with the chief of the Carla Red. She also said it's bigger than me, but I'm also going to say it's bigger than me. We got a new chief of the fire department and what have you, and we're going to meet at Patriots Gateway Center where the kids have an opportunity to take pictures and mingle with the Harlem Gold Travelers players. That have never happened in the history of Rockford for our minority kids to mingle with the Harlem Gold Travelers players. So we're working on that. Now, to give you some history, Harlem Gold Travelers originated in Chicago. They was averaging 2,000 to 4,000 people to come to their game. The NBA was only bringing 800 to 1,200 people at their game. So the NBA is the first pro athlete that started hiring black players because they wanted to bring their crowd up, which they did by getting Harlem Gold Travelers players. Harlem Gold Travelers is the only organization that ever beat an NBA team. Before the Lakers went to California, they was in Minneapolis. The Lakers and Boston dominated in the 1900s and what had. The Harlem Gold Travelers was the only team to beat both the Boston Celtics and the Lakers in their championship title. Now, why did they go to Harlem? I do not know. But anyway, we need y'all support. so we can get 100 kids to the Harlem Gold Chapel on the 29th of December. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our public speakers this evening. Next, we're going to move to new committee reports. We'll begin with Planning and Development Committee and Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 1 is approval of the 2026 Citizen Participation Plan and amendments to the 2020-2024 Annual Action Plan. The legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance.
Thank you. Council, we have one item before us. Is there any discussion on that one item? Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Durkee. Aye. Logeman. Aye. Toomberg. Aye. Frost. Aye. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Aye. Hoffman. Aye. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. 13 ayes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Code and Regulation Committee and Alderman Bell.
Okay. Item 1, committee recommends approval of the pre-annexation of 5581 Montague Road. The legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance. The owner of the subject property is constructing a new home and has requested connection to city water for the property located at 5581 Montague Road. Item number 2, committee recommends approval of the final plat of St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church of Rockford. This request is the result of a recent construction of a youth center building on the church property and the sanitary sewer connection requirements for Four Rivers Sanitation Authority. Item number 3, committee recommends approval of the request to vacate the right-of-way at 203 South Rockford Avenue, portion of the alley. The legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance. Item number 4, committee recommends sustaining the Zoning Board of Appeals approval for a variation to reduce the minimum required front yard setback from 30 feet to 20 feet for a 6 feet by 20 feet front deck, and B, variation to increase the maximum allowed height of a fence in the front yard along Midway Drive from 4 feet to 6 feet in an R1 single-family residential zoning district at 3027 North Winnebago Street and 22XX Midway Drive. Latia M. Turner is the applicant. Subject to conditions, the legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance. Okay. Number 5, committee recommends sustaining the Liquor and Tobacco Advisory Board's approval for A, the sale of liquor by the drink, Class L50, and B, the sale of packaged liquor, Class PKG, in conjunction with a restaurant with an outdoor seating area, beer garden, and gaming terminals in a C2 limited commercial zoning district in an R1 single-family residential zoning district at 2515 Kilburn Avenue, 3144 Summerdale Avenue, and 31XX Summerdale Avenue. Todd Hoover and Hoover Investments, LLC, doing business as Poorhouse Restaurant and Bar, are the applicants. Subject to conditions, the legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance. Number 6, committee recommends sustaining the Liquor and Tobacco Advisory Board's approval for A, the sale of beer and wine by the drink, Class NG-WB, and B, the sale of packaged beer and wine, Class PKG, in conjunction with a wine bar in a C4 urban mixed-use zoning district at 202 North Main Street. Mark Peter Podemsky and Lucretia Risting and Palace Wine, doing business as Palace Wine Bar, are the applicants. Subject to conditions, the legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance. And number 7, committee recommends sustaining the Liquor and Tobacco Advisory Board's approval for the sale of liquor by the drink, Class NG-L, in conjunction with a restaurant, bar, and entertainment facility with an outdoor seating in a C4 urban mixed-use zoning district. Brian Hills Cahoots Rockford LLC, doing business as Cahoots Rockford, is the applicant. Subject to conditions, the legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Bell. Council, we have 7 items before you. Is there any discussion on those 7 items? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Aye. Logeman. Toomberg. Aye. Frost. Aye. Torina. Aye. Prunty. Wilkins. Aye. Hoffman. Aye. Granith. Aye. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Items 1 through 4, 13 ayes. Items 5, 6, 7, 12 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move to Finance and Personnel Committee and Alderman Frost.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number 1, the committee recommends approval of vouchers in the amount of $20,038,009.91 as approved at the Finance and Personnel Committee meeting held on November 24th, 2025. And number 2, the committee recommends approval of the fiscal year 2026 through 2030 capital improvement program. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, there's 2 items before us. Is there any discussion on those 2 items? Alderwoman Meeks.
I wanted to move to lay over item number 2.
Yeah. We have a motion, and was that a second, Alderwoman Torina? We have a motion. We have a second to lay that over. That's automatically laid over then for 2 weeks. So we now are down to 1 item. Is there any discussion on the 1 item before us? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Aye. Logeman. Aye. Toomberg. Aye. Frost. Aye. Torina. Aye. Prunty. Aye. Wilkins. Aye. Hoffman. Aye. Granith. Aye. Beach. Aye. Salgado. Meeks.
Aye.
Bell. Aye. 13 ayes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to unfinished business, committees that have been laid over. We have nothing under Planning and Development, so we'll go to Code and Regulation Committee. Alderman Bell.
Okay. I think Alderman Bonney didn't show up because he knew there was a lot to read tonight. We have 1 item under Code and Regulation Committee. Committee recommends approval of the request for a text amendment to the City of Rockford Code of Ordinance prohibiting the sale of 7-hydroxy, he got me on this one, 7-OH. The legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance. This item was laid over on November 17, 2025.
Thank you. Council, we have 1 item before you. Is there any discussion on that 1 item? Seeing no discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Aye. Logeman. Aye. Toomberg. Aye. Frost. Aye. Torina. Prunty.
Discussion, but aye.
Wilkins. Aye. Hoffman. Aye. Granith. Aye. Beach. Aye. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. 12 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move to Finance and Personnel Committee. Alderman Frost.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number 1, the committee recommends approval of the 2026 budget and appropriation ordinance. The legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance. Number 2, the committee recommends approval of the 2025 proposed tax levy ordinance. Number 3, the committee recommends approval of the 2025 property tax abatement ordinance. Number 4, the committee recommends approval of the 2026 fee schedule. And number 5, the committee recommends approval of the 2026 salary ordinance. And all these matters, the legal director shall prepare the appropriate ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we have 5 items before you. Is there any discussion on those 5 items? Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I didn't notice there were more people willing to speak, but considering there's several amendments on the table, still some discussion about how we finalize the budget, how we go about those items with the possibilities of changing the tax levy, potentially fee schedule, salaries. All of these things are listed, and I'm wondering if laying over these items again to still create a little bit more time to talk over some of the discussions that are still actively taking place while we're ready to pass this budget. I don't know if there's a majority that's needed for a layover. Can you tell me if there's a majority needed?
It would take a majority of, yes, to lay it over. It's already been laid over once with the 2 alderman rule, so it would, to lay it over again, it would take the majority.
Well, I will move to lay it over.
You have a motion to lay over?
I will say that the request from me is to lay over items 1, 2, 4, and 5.
So you're, just so I have that clear, yours is 1, 2, 4, and 5 to lay over? And I'm sorry, Alderwoman Trainee, you said yes prior to that addition, or you we have a motion to lay over items 1, 2, 4, and 5. Is there discussion on that layover? Alderwoman Wilkins?
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just wondering, was there anything listed in this budget or any of these items that are on the table for the layover? Would that hinder anything coming up in terms of what might need to be paid off over these next couple of weeks?
Director Haggerty.
Certainly. So we have a statutory requirement to have the levy ordinance filed by the last Tuesday of the month. So we can lay over one more time, but the levy will need to be approved and filed with the county clerks in Winnebago and Ogle by the 30th of December. So that would be items 2 and 3. The fee schedule also, we would appreciate approval of that this month so that we can implement new rates effective for collection January 1st, particularly for the water utility, but for all of our business licenses and garbage collection, all those items. And it does take staff some time to get our billing systems updated so that we can implement the new rates. So we would appreciate that. Again, another layover is okay, but we would appreciate that getting done before the end of the year.
And there's no way to lay over these items without, or pulling maybe specific items from there so they don't hold up your office or anything?
Yeah, so we would, we've communicated that the deadline for the budget is by state law March 31st of 2026, which I would not recommend waiting that long, but that is the legal requirement. The rest of these items, as I said, if we do not file a levy ordinance by December 30th, and that is the entire number 2 and number 3, those have to be approved by council and filed by December 30th, or we do not collect property taxes. So that deadline is fixed by state law, and if we miss it, we do not collect $48 million in property tax revenue.
Thank you. Alderman Beach.
Thank you, Your Honor. If in fact these layovers as presented are confirmed tonight, could we have a meeting of the whole next week? Let's say like at 4 o'clock? Because I don't know how the world we're going to identify all of these 5 items, if you will, and discuss them thoroughly sometime between now and 2 weeks from now. So if in fact we do vote, and I'm not sure that the vote will prevail, but if it does, can we call the meeting of the whole next Monday before the meeting, like at 4 o'clock, 3:30, sometimes where we get in here and talk about it, if that's what the concern is? Because it seems to me that we've had time to discuss the budgets up until this evening. I'm not suggesting that there can't be more discussions made. I'm not saying that. But if the layover is defeated, then we don't have a discussion. If it is prevailing, then I'm asking that we get right onto it then immediately as a committee of the whole. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. To answer your question, legally, yes, we can do that. We could organize special meetings We've done that on Saturdays, and I will also say if anyone, I think staff is free also. If individuals, I know some have went with smaller groups to make sure that we're following Open Meetings Act, to meet with staff members. All of that is on the table and has been. Yep. There was, before you, Alderman Frost, there was someone else who had it. Did someone have their hand up previously? Okay, sorry. Alderman Frost.
I was just asking if there's a possible reconsideration on the motion to lay over to address it. It appears maybe item number 1 only, and we could not have a motion to lay over the items that really would put a burden on city staff near the end of the year.
Alderwoman Meeks.
I just want to say the reason why I made the motion for those particular items is because some of the suggestions to alter the budget are a part of those items. So if you approve those items, I feel like it could conflict with the potential of what the changes could be. So that's why I'm making the suggestion for those 4 items to be laid over for us to still discuss them. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if I recall the amendments correctly, one of them for sure includes property tax increase, which would be part of those. Alderman Frost.
Mayor, I'm not aware of any amendments this evening.
They were placed on your desk. They were made. They haven't been made yet, but they have been discussed 2 weeks ago when it was initially laid over, so we did put them down just in case of it.
Okay, I mean, I was aware, I think, of some proposed amendments that were placed, but I don't believe they've ever been read in.
You are accurate. I should have restated that and said propose. Thank you. Any other discussion? Right now we have a motion. We have a second to lay overs items 1, 2, 4, and 5. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. No. Logeman. No. Toomberg. No. Frost. No. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman? No. Granith? No. Beach? No. Salgado? Meeks? Bell? 5 ayes, 8 noes.
Okay, Council, we have items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 before us. Is there any discussion on items 1 through 5? Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make 2 amendments. The first one is for, this would be for item 1. The motion is, I move to amend the committee report of the Finance and Personnel for the 2026 budget appropriation ordinance to decrease the personnel budgets for each operating division by the amount budgeted for 3% merit pool for non-representative staff in the amount of $213,600 in the general fund and $145,500 in all other funds.
Thank you. Right now, Council, we have an amendment on the floor. Is there a second? Right now, we have a motion. We have a second on an amendment. Is there any discussion? Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Your Honor. The reason for this motion, just real quick, is from our fact that if you refer back to, I think, October 27th, when Ms. Haggerty gave us the memo on these particular items, there was 5 items, questions. One of the things was the general fund projection. If you look at those, 2027, we're looking at 1.7 million, 4.8 in 2028. 29, 6.3 million, 2030, 8.5 million, 2031, 10.9 or $11 million. So from that perspective, we also have to, I feel, from my perspective, we are giving individuals a 2% raise already. The 3% is a merit pool that is additional based on supervision, their supervisor, based on their performance. So I feel that this is a good way, an opportunity to tighten our belt a little bit, to show our commitment that we're trying to reduce some of the cost from that perspective. And so that's why this came about. I also emailed everybody my rationale for that. I think everybody should have gotten that as well as part of that. And I've had a couple conversations with individuals that have questioned the legitimacy of that and the impact that would do to our employees. So I just want to address that. In no way or shape or form am I punishing our employees. On the contrary, 2%, they are getting that raise within the current budget. But also the 3% merit is just an additional piece of it with discretion of supervision and performance. From that perspective, I appreciate everything that goes into it, and as we've seen it with the snow emergency that we currently have, you can see the amount of energy that goes into operating and cleaning our streets, maintaining safety for our citizens. So I'm well aware of that. But I think that's one of the methods that we can move forward, is knowing the projection that we have in 2027 all the way to 2031, which are deficit spending, right? And so we need to figure out revenue sources, make additional, adjustments, cuts here and there from that aspect. And I do think this will also provide that relief, $213,000 to the cannabis fund. So we wouldn't have to take a 2.3, it would reduce it down to, it's 2.6 to 2.3, give or take from that perspective. So giving it back, 850,000, about $1.1 million back to the cannabis fund. So that is the solution that I'm proposing. I know some folks may not agree with, giving that addition, that I'm taking away that 3% merit, but I believe it's a way for the future from that perspective. And that's why I proposed this amendment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Haggerty?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the deficit is in the general fund, so, and only the general fund portion of the cost of the merit increase would impact the amount of cannabis revenue that we would need to use. The $145,000 in other funds would not be eligible to be used for that purpose. It would have to remain in the funds where
That's
it currently
correct.
lives.
Yeah, the 850 plus the 200 plus about $1.1 million.
Okay, we have a motion, and I'm sorry, did we have a second to that? We did have a second. Is there any further discussion? Alderman Frost.
Ms. Haggerty, if I'm not mistaken, the non-represented employees represent, what, about 20-25% of our staff?
Correct.
Okay. My issue, and why I'll be voting no for this amendment, is it really, frankly, it does. It's punitive, and it picks only on people that are not represented by unions. So although one may think that all of the folks working on snow removal, working hard, they're not affected by this because they're members of a union. And so you're taking 25% of the staff and telling them that they're not as important as the other 75% of the employees of our city. And I don't think it's really a good posture to go forward and to having our staff continue to work hard, knowing that we as a council took away their chance to earn a merit pay that's still a nominal amount. I think really if we really want to work on moving forward and finding ways to cut the budget next year or the next year, that then we, as another alderman sitting next to me talked about, like for instance with the Davis Park project, we really need to really look at particular projects moving forward and finding a way to cut, 200,000 here, 100,000 here. Why we ask tough questions sometimes around the horn on, is this for instance with the handrail on North Main Street, is this really a prudent way we're using money? Spending $600,000 on that, or is there a better way to go forward? And I think we just need to do a better job of that, and instead of putting it on the backs of 25% of our employees by telling them that they're not as valued as the rest of the staff. So I will be definitely voting no on this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? We have a motion, we have a second. Alderwoman Prunty.
Thank you. I hear you, Fourth Ward Alderman. Appreciate it. I hear somebody whispering in the back saying, we don't want to put things on the backs of people, by spending using this 2.6 million, somebody is going to feel that burden. And so I guess, it's this group, and I think that as the 11th Ward Alderman said, that they're getting something. And so this is a way that I think he's looking at giving some sort of compromise for both groups. So just wanted to share that folks are giving, and it is happening on the backs of someone.
Thank you. Alderwoman Meeks?
This is a really difficult one for me because I have so many feelings, and I know I can't talk about feelings here. That's not what we're here for. So, related to the amendment, I think for some of this, the point is that we are going to have to make changes to how we operate in the coming years because of the deficit that is coming. And so some are choosing to make these changes and make suggestions of those changes now versus waiting next year or the year after or the year after or the year after, when we have no choice but to make these very changes that everyone doesn't want to make. And I understand nobody wants to make these hard decisions, but we're going to have to make these hard decisions. And so I don't see why we can't start making some of these considerations now, especially when it comes to a consideration that we're still offering increases. And I understand the perspective that, you have your union representation so that they can get to those wages, and then everyone is supposed to fall in line and meet that same standard. And I do understand it. I just also understand the balancing of a budget. And I understand that how we go about balancing it, some people are going to prioritize other things. And that's just kind of where we are. There are choices that are being made today and decisions that are made. And I can't step away from this cannabis fund and feeling like just kind of going back to when this was first introduced to council. And one of the comments that came out in the Rockford Register-Star that talked about these dollars, and it said, and I quote, "When we see the direction of the country as far as legalizing marijuana, we can right the wrongs of some of the draconian effects of the failed war on drugs over the past 40 to 50 years. And that they also quoted, "I think that it's important public policy, and I think it's smart public policy." So I want to thank the Second Ward Alderman for making those comments all those years ago. And now we're here considering using those dollars to balance a budget that we're going to have to do anyway next year. So I understand, I truly, truly understand not wanting to make this unfair for our staff. It feels very unfair to another sector of people. I just want to be very, very clear on that. And though it feels as though the voices that have been very, very clear to me, very, very clear for the past several weeks, are not being heard, regardless of what we do here, and the fact that we couldn't even take a moment to lay these items over so that we could discuss it further, I am just appalled. But I'm going to leave it there because I feel like there's not much more that can be done. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Next, Alderman Durkee.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the merit pay, one of the strengths of an organization is it is their employees. One of the things that we value is longevity. It's important that we retain people. It is important that we hire from within. It's inefficient if we lose people. It's also inefficient if we don't reward them for doing a good job. It is merit pay. It is not just distributed with no purpose. So I think it's to basically say that this is at this point not important and won't be important is disingenuous. I think our staff need to know that they're valued. I think we need to invest in them. I think we need to keep them. And this is one of the mechanisms that we do that. So I'm not in favor of the amendment.
Thank you. Other discussion. Alderwoman Prunty, did you have your hand raised? Alderwoman Prunty.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on a statement was just made. The 3% is not a promise, but the regrow was. And we just don't need to renege on that promise because we've reneged on so many other promises. I love what one of the guest speakers had to say regarding he didn't use these words, but I'll use them. It's the redistribution of wealth. And I think that we really went, during the war on drugs, what he talked about was that we took the money out of the hands of people who are just trying to survive and supplement their income and gave it to people who left lucrative professions to go into the cannabis industry because it was a way for them to be wealthy. I'd say that, I appreciate the 11th Ward Alderman's amendment, and I appreciate us bringing up the fact that it is merit, so that will be someone's opinion. I appreciate the First Ward Alderman talking about keeping good people, and I appreciate that. But that money is not a promise; it is merit. Whereas, again, I will say that the regrow money was a promise, and we should not renege on that promise.
So, just going to remind the audience, understand, we all have our opinions and thoughts, not to voice them, there's no clapping, so just ask you to refrain as much as you can. We certainly would rather have you in the chambers than outside of them. Other discussion, Alderwoman Meeks, was that a hand raised?
But I feel like we're still on the amendment, correct?
We are on the amendment.
Thank you, sir. Never mind.
Is there any discussion right now further on the amendment? Alderman Salgado.
So just to be clear, Carrie, everyone is getting a 2% raise as part of the budget?
Director Haggerty.
Yes. We budgeted, we do not have current collective bargaining agreements in place with our labor unions beyond January 1st or beyond December 31st of this year. We budgeted a 2% cost of living adjustment for all employees, including the labor unions, so we do not know where those contracts will lie. We budgeted for step and longevity increases that are guaranteed under the collective bargaining agreements that cover 75 to 80% of our staff. So those staff will all receive, under those collective bargaining agreements, up to 4% annual, or in some cases higher, annual step increases to move them through their pay bands, as well as longevity increases every 5 years. Non-represented employees are covered under a merit plan that was approved by City Council in rules and regulations. to be funded on an annual basis through the budget process that establishes up to a 3% merit pool. The average merit adjustment that is given under that is about a 2% adjustment. And that helps keep those staff aligned with the rest of the employee groups that are represented by labor unions. So while, yes, all staff will be getting a 2% adjustment, the labor unions that, or the employees that are represented by a collective bargaining agreement will also receive adjustments throughout the year based on anniversary dates that the non-representative staff do not receive.
So just, and from my perspective, once again, I'm just going by the kind of the numbers, from my perspective is, if we didn't have that 2.6 or 2.3 million dollars, what would we have to do? Where would we have to cut, right? And from my perspective is, tightening some of those situations, when it comes to this perspective is the 3% merit, the optional, additional, from that perspective with that based on performance. I think that is a way to show our commitment. As we know, our fee schedules went up too. So there's got to be, that balance, right? And so, that's where I'm coming with this solution, right? This proposal here. It's not to the $2.6 million. Sure, turns in about $213,000 back into that, right? And so next year, I'm hoping that, we have a better success, not that 1.7 as it's a forecast, it's a projection. Understand maybe there's additional revenue that's going to come in that I'm not aware of, which I'm hoping that that's the case. And we may not be in this situation, right? So I get it. But based on the trend that I'm kind of seeing here, it's 3.6 this year, 3.7, next year, 1.7 on top of that. So these are the decisions we have to make now. And being proactive instead of reactive is what I'm trying to inform this city council, right? I can tell you, we've had to make decisions where you're in front of a microphone, in front of a camera, and you have to talk to the residents and saying, hey, I'm going to have to cut, your sheriff's department, your police, or whatever the case may be. It's never a very comfortable decision that we have to make. So we need to start to make decisions like that if we know the projection's $1.7 million at this point in time. And maybe we don't get there, but you know what? We made productive decisions that were dictated by the data. And so that's what I want the city council to understand too. We can find a solution, here, $2.6 million. Cool, we close the gap. But then next year and the following year, based on the trend that we see, there's additional deficit spending, right? So it may not be a one-time, as alluded to. It'd be multiple years from that perspective. And so that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at, from now until 5 years, where are we going to end up? Do we have a plan to address those deficits that are coming down? And if the answer is no, then, this is a proposal here. It's uncomfortable. At my work, we do it all the time. I know that's a corporate America, but when we're not doing well, at least people are not laid off, are not taken into account. We certainly, our performance, our merit pay, because that's what we get is merit. Sometimes it doesn't exist. And, thank God we have, a job and we're not laid off and we're moving on. And those are the decisions that we have to make. And I'm not trying to be, the apocalypse, we're gonna, the world is ending. No, I'm just looking at what the trends are. And this is a decision that we can move forward. So once again, I just want to reiterate, this is no punishment on the employees of non-bargaining units. This is the reality we're in. And hopefully it doesn't get any worse where we fall into a recession. I'm hearing, speculation that the housing crisis might be coming, who knows? So those are the things that we really need to hone in, right? And I'm not trying to scare anyone and put fear in people's mind, But those are the things that we have to take into consideration, right? And where can we, make adjustments, tighten our belt a little bit to move forward and give some relief in some certain areas. And so that's the essence for this amendment. But you guys do what you guys vote, how you want to vote. But this is a good stepping stone from that perspective, in my opinion. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Alderwoman Prunty.
I just wanted to just ask, I heard someone say that the merit program was approved by council. Was the regrow also approved by council?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. And it was approved to use those funds the way it's outlined in whatever that piece of paper was. Is that correct?
I don't know what piece of paper that was. But...
yeah, I saw it. Resolution, yes. Thank you. Or whatever.
Repeat the question?
It was approved to use those funds in a certain way, correct?
What was? For the merit raises?
For the cannabis dollars, Mayor.
Yes. So the cannabis dollars were initially used for general fund expenses.
And then
they were used to put in a cannabis fund. And then we created a grant program from that cannabis fund using some of the funds in the cannabis fund to utilize for a regrow grant program.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and then I heard someone ask this question, so I would like to see if we could get an answer. And that was, now I know I've heard it in caucus, but I'd like everyone to hear it. In the event, no, not in the event. Next year, it's projected that we'll have about $850,000 in casino, or excuse me, not casino, but cannabis tax. Is that?
Yep. In the budget that's moving forward, it allocates $850,000 into the cannabis fund.
Okay, and that cannabis fund will be used for the resolution that we gave for Rockford Promise. Is that correct?
No.
How would that money be used, that $850,000?
So, thank you, and please correct me if I'm inaccurate.
For future years, next year, not what we're talking about, the 2.6.
Right, so 850, in this existing budget, there's 800, in the budget before you right now, Alderwoman, there is $850,000 that would remain in the cannabis fund. Those dollars could be used for anything this body decides to use, and would still be used in relation to the policy that was created and approved by a previous board here. So yes, it could be used for regrow dollars. This council has chosen to use it for initiatives in the Health and Human Services Department. This council has chosen to use cannabis dollars for a dental program with Rockford Public Schools. I'm thinking of things outside of the regrow process. What do you say? Oh, yeah, thank you. There will still be funding for our focused deterrence programs that is coming out of the cannabis funds that we've partnered with Winnebago County on, where we take at-risk offenders primarily on parole, but some as well on probation. But yes, to answer your question, yes, there will be $850,000 in the existing budget. That was a change that we made previously. When the budget was initially presented, there wasn't. We brought that $850,000 back into that budget and would be used under the cannabis policy guidelines.
Okay. All right. And so that's 2026.
Yes.
And then 2027.
Yep.
Okay.
Sir.
All right.
Thank you. Alderman Thunberg, did you have your?
And I appreciate what you just mentioned. I was going to state one of those programs myself. I appreciate also the traditional and non-traditional approaches to tackling a budget, especially future budget shortfalls that we are going to have to contend with. I would point out that over the past number of years, that at least many of us sitting on council, we've had serious challenges, I would say, each and every year. We find ways to make it work. I appreciate the conversations that personally I've had with you, Mayor, also other city staff, in ongoing conversations that necessarily don't make it in the news, don't make it on council floor, but I think many of us who are looking at taking a responsible approach to this, that those are ongoing conversations that we continually have, not just at this time, but throughout the year. And we are looking at things, and I've made some points on some ways to tackle this going forth, and but it's an ongoing situation, and this is nothing new this year than it has been in previous years where we've had challenging environments in front of us. So thank you.
Yeah, I would add just for council, so a concern I have over the amendment before us is if you look at non-represented staff, one, it makes up just under 25% of the staff here at the city, I would say, but also a concerning thing is if you look at the National Resource Network work that was done in 2017, 2018, and they just redid that publication, we have 1/3 less staff than all of our comparable. We were losing staff. We have 1/3 less staff and asking them to do 2 or 3 times as much. We're losing staff. This is a huge attraction and retention issue for us as an organization. I would also say there's a lot of things that were discussed, but our staff does an incredible job. What we are facing right now is not your fault. It's not staff's fault. It's not the community's fault. It is our staff, by the way, and expenses that you guys all have monitored, we're down 6% over our budget last year. The budget before you this year is actually $2 million less than the budget last year. We are seeing an incredible increase in the pension obligation that is state mandated. And I'm not saying anything, I'm just correlating the time frame. But if you look at when we created the Canvas Fund, we were spending an annual contribution, state mandated annual contribution of $19.9 million. That was in 2020. That state mandated pension contribution in this budget is $40.5 million. I too have, and I understand the concerns about the promises. I get that. I don't like it. I helped create the fund. I would also say there's been a lot of promises. If you look at like the local government distributive fund that we have beaten and harped on here, from 2014 through 2019, they cut it 2 different times. We have now, as of 2 years ago, I haven't asked recently because I don't want to get depressed, we had lost $125 million because the state cut that from us. We continually, last year, what was it, 326 unfunded mandates that they put forward? It's nonstop. We are, as an alderman mentioned previously, when you look out into future years, we are doing work right now on that. We have the North Council of Governments that we have a number of the largest units of government in our community right now meeting. I actually think they had a meeting today already looking at what we can be doing in the future for better sharing of contracts that we have, looking at all of our services and even personnel where we can manage that. Because if the state decides not to do anything with the pension obligation, and we have incredibly strong local state leaders. I just don't have tons of faith in the 172 others of them that are down there. Our pension obligation, we're talking 1.6. You can forget every fund. You can forget every single thing. If the state doesn't make an action, folks, we're spending $90 million in 2040 in state mandated pension contributions. We collect as a city $48 million. And our residents, I agree with them, are already overtaxed. Like, we have to do things. And so we are, I would just say, we also can't just continue to put the burden on the taxpayer as well. And I think this is a way that we would not have to put the burden on the 1/3 less of our staff that we have, help us continue to provide those critical core services and continue to provide cannabis funding and regrow initiatives and continue much of the amazing equitable work that this council and previous councils has passed to get us here. I just don't think we should be doing this amendment, putting on the backs of that 1/3 less staff. Alderman Beach.
So I think it was before the pandemic struck, our financial director was giving us 5-year projections so we could see them. That was the first time reality kind of struck out, that we were looking at millions of dollars deficit spending. And then the so-called free money from Washington come dumping down on us, and reality kind of went out the window, meaning the millions of dollars each city got during that time. And I've spoke to our finance director on several occasions. She said she's going to be bringing that 5-year budget back to us so we can look at it in front of our faces, so we can not only be making decisions for today, but for tomorrow, as was recently stated by my companion next to me. So we can't live, you just said it, and I appreciate you saying it from the pulpit. We can't live and be sustained by the pensions that's coming down around our neck from the state. It just can't work. You've just said it out loud. When most all of our property tax collected by the citizens will go to pay most of the pension of the 2 divisions. That doesn't work. And so I appreciate this discussion tonight. It's very healthy, but it's not something that's going to be solved in the next 24 hours. It's not. So I think we should move forward. And Alderman Durkee, I really appreciate your comment. I remember listening to Dave Rydell make his presentation at the company annual dinner. He said the most valuable assets we've got are our people. We don't take care of our people, love them, care for them, see that things are right with them. We don't have a company. I'm not sure that's exactly how he said it, but that was what he was saying. And here we talk about, and this merit pay is not new to Rockford. We had this discussion years ago because we were losing key people in this community. They were going to work other places, not because they didn't like Rockford, not because they didn't like the city of Rockford, but when it comes to putting bread and butter on their table, they went to places that were paying them more. Some of this merit got started years ago, has carried through. I think we should just move forward on this. I don't mean to any disrespect to you, my friend. I appreciate the work you do to bring these things to our attention, but I think we should move forward, get a meeting set up, look at a 5-year forecast, and really dig in to see what the world needs to be done, even with our lobbyists downstate, to help us, because we're going to need that help. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak.
Any other discussion? Right now we have an amendment, and we have a second. Clerk, could you please call the roll on the amendment by Alderman Salgado?
Durkee. No. Logeman. No. Toomberg. No. Frost. No. Turina. Prunty. Aye. Wilkins. No. Hoffman. No. Granith. No. Beach.
No.
Salgado. Aye. Meeks. Aye. Bell.
No.
4 ayes, 9 noes.
All right. Good news is we still have 5 items before us. Is there any discussion on the 5 items that are before us?
What about this other amendment? Okay. All right.
Is there any other discussion on the 5 items? Alderman Bell.
Make a motion to lay over item 1, please.
There's a item, there's a motion to lay over item 1. Is there any discussion on laying over, or is there a second to that motion?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second to lay over item 1. Is there any discussion on the layover? Any discussion on the layover of item 1? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell.
Aye.
6 ayes, 7 noes.
Okay, good news. We still have 5 items before us. Is there any discussion on the 5 items before us? Clerk, could you? Okay. Alderman Beach.
When does this item 1 that just got laid over?
No, it did not get laid over.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought those numbers were the other way. Sorry.
Yep, you're good. Any other discussion on the 5 items before us? Alderwoman Meeks.
All right, let me try this one last time. I would love to make an amendment to state that any surplus funding that goes out of the cannabis fund is replenished. Well, let me take that back. I move to amend that any surplus funding that we receive in the years 2026 through 2028 replenishes the cannabis fund. The $2.6 million of the cannabis fund. I tried it.
You did.
Trying it. It's a suggestion, and I'm making the suggestion because if we have to settle with taking this funding, and so many people are knowledgeable of how this money is to be used, I understand helping to balance this budget. However, there is still a purpose for these funds, and I think that every single penny of them should be considered to go back into this community. And I do understand that originally this was going into the general fund, fully aware of it. We made a change, and when we made that change, I think we should stick to it. And so this is still allowing us to balance our budget. I'm not taking away that opportunity, but what we are suggesting, or what I am suggesting, is that if there is a surplus fund between 2026 and 2028, that funding, if by chance there's revenue streams that we don't know about and there is extra money, I would like this to be replenished into the cannabis fund. So I would like to make that amendment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on an amendment. I'm not an expert on this, but I believe this body has made the rule that the amendments need to be in writing, which we discussed at Democrat caucus last week, and with many today. I believe that is the case. Legal team, is that accurate?
That is accurate. Okay, so that's an ordinance?
Your amendment would need to be in writing.
Right, that's an ordinance?
It would be an amendment to the ordinance, is what you're looking to do. Actually,
What you are saying that it has to be in writing, that is an ordinance.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Legal team, the question is from Alderwoman Meeks, did the council make it an ordinance, or I guess just to broaden your question, if I might, if Alderwoman Meeks and others wanted to adjust that on the fly, would there be a way for her to do that? Is that where you're getting towards?
Whatever I need to do to make it happen, yes. So that's what I need the legal team to help me figure out, how I present this, now that if I don't present it today, I won't have an option to present it later.
so we understand.
Yep. Alderman Meeks, Alderwoman Meeks, I want to repeat your question, plus what I added to it, I don't want to get it wrong.
Absolutely.
I believe, if I understand Alderwoman Meeks correctly, if there is a surplus in the 2026 budget.
If you could, please eliminate the dates. Surplus, period.
Okay.
In future years.
If
there's a surplus in future years.
Okay, thank you. If there is a surplus in future years, Alderwoman Meeks would like to use the remaining, or that surplus in those remaining years, that totals $2.6 million.
Correct.
To go back to the cannabis fund.
Perfect.
There's a rule, my understanding, which I added with permission, was since there is a rule at council that it must be in writing, is there an option at her disposal, because I think that's what she's ultimately getting at, and I thought at the time, save time, how would she move around that rule or ask her colleagues to vote over that rule?
So certainly I'll let the legal department correct me if I misspeak on any moments, but, council rules are part of the code of ordinance. So one, it is an ordinance. Certainly at council's will, based on the majority of folks here, if they wanted to waive the amendment being in writing, they could. I believe to be the case, understanding that they have amended their rules by practice in the past on the fly. I think when you talk about what's on the agenda, it's for the 2026 budget. So if her amendment of the budget was to direct 2026 surplus funds back to the cannabis funds, provide. So Carrie's confirming that it's Rule 14 in the Code of Ordinances. If the amendment was to direct 2026 surplus funds, back into the cannabis fund, I believe that would be, an appropriate amendment. Whether that happened either tonight or at a future point, understanding that, when we've had surplus budgets in the future or in the past, they've come to council for authorization in regards to use those funds. So whether it was 2026, 27, or 28, that would take place during that time. I don't think you could do 27 and 28 as part of this budget amendment, understanding that we're looking at 2026. I would also note that right now we're in the year 2025, so whether we do or don't have a surplus this year, we don't know at this point in time.
Can I restate that, just making sure Alderwoman Meeks and council, and I shouldn't call her out, that council is understanding what I think I understood, and you all can tell me if I am right or wrong in my understanding. My understanding is that you would be able to make, you could ask, I think, colleagues to make a change so that it's not in writing, but also was stated that at any point you could make an amendment, I guess a couple of things. One, any surplus, all of that money always comes back to council. In the last 25 years, we've had 2 surpluses in our history, and both of those spending plans came back to this body to allocate those funds. Second point was that funding on this amendment for 2026 budget, you could not put on that you want surpluses in 27 and 28 future years, but you could just on 2026. City administrator also noted that it's way too early for us to know if there will be a surplus in 2025, that also could be an option for you as well. So I think you have several options there, almost none of which, and correct me, almost none of which would have to be done this evening, but all of which I believe could be possible. Does that make sense? Thank you. Alderman Salgado.
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback on that, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Carrie, we are going to update the policy in order to used those $2.6 million, is my understanding.
With the legal director on what steps council would have to take in order to do that. But yes, if there is if the decision is that additional action is needed in order to allow those funds to be used for that purpose, that would come back.
So my recommendation would probably be to place that language at that time we update that policy.
You certainly could do that.
That would be sufficient for Ms. Meek's proposition.
Yes.
Which is to restrict, that surplus going back into the cannabis fund.
Yes. I am coming to you, but I keep shirking Alderman Frost, and then I'll come back to Alderman Bell.
And I appreciate the zeal and the creativity of the 12th Ward Alderman on this issue. But again, with respect, we don't want to go down the road of just amending ordinances on the fly. There's a reason why it has to be in writing, so we all have due notice of it in advance. And if someone has an idea or an amendment to a particular ordinance, that we can serve it and debate it and have some sort of notice of it. I don't know why. I think the parameters of what's being discussed as far as if there is a surplus, and I think again, the way it was initially presented was it would go far beyond the item that we're going to vote on, which is strictly the 2026 budget and appropriation. So if we had time to, or wanted to do, or someone wanted to do a resolution going forward on this particular issue to either amend a resolution or have a new resolution, I think that would be more justly served. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Bell.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I am no legal counsel here, so I'll direct my question to our legal team. Are we able to go into recess to allow you and your team to prepare this amendment for the 12th Ward Alderwoman? If I made that motion to go into recess and this body granted that access for you all to go in?
Yeah, I guess we could if the council voted in favor.
Okay. Can you move that mic just so all the viewers at home can?
Yes, if the council voted in favor of going into recess, we could certainly write that up.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to go into recess to allow the legal director or the legal team to draft the amendment for the 12th Ward Alderwoman.
We have a motion to go into recess. Is there a second? We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any discussion on the motion and second before us? Alderwoman Wilkins.
Can someone state what the amendment is going to be drawn up for? I know it was.
It's changed.
Right. So I'm just trying to be clear.
I don't know what it would be.
So you want me to repeat what was already stated about the amendment?
So I would like to move to make an amendment. Oh, Lord. I'm writing this down literally as we speak and emailing it. That if there is surplus fund in future, that funding revenue is to be replenished into the cannabis fund. So if there is surplus funds in the future, that funding revenue will be used to replenish the cannabis fund of $2.6 million.
So with that being said, that was the one thing that cannot be done.
The $2.6 million?
No.
What?
So what was stated previously is that you are not able to make an amendment to allocate funds in 2027 or 2028 for this 2026 budget. What we stated is that at any time you could utilize, first we stated that all surpluses, any surplus will come to council, and at that time, as most of you, except for 3, have seen, they would come before you for a spending plan. Or you could make an amendment that would solely impact 2026 dollars. And the third option was to look at, I think it was, it wasn't to look at, it was noted that we're still in 25 and we won't know typically till well into 2026 if we have a surplus or not. But at that time you could also, that would come before you. So multiple options, that is just not one that would happen.
Okay, so can I restate then, if there is a surplus fund in 2026, that funding revenue is to replenish the cannabis fund of $2.6 million?
Up to $2.6 million.
Correct. Up to $2.6 million.
Second.
So we already have a motion
We're in
and a
a
second for recess. We're already talking about.
I was just, I was just restating.
It was
Understood.
Yep.
I was
Alderman Beach. I'm sorry.
So let me see if I understand. If there is a surplus from any operation of this city, from the general fund, we're going to right now obligate any surplus to this direction. Is that correct?
My understanding, Alderman Beach, is one, it would have to be general fund. Many of our other funds are enterprise funds, and that would not be able to be done.
Right.
My understanding is a council member would like recess so that legal team could draft a language of an amendment that would state that if we have a surplus in 2026 and that up to $2.6 million of that surplus would be used to replenish the cannabis fund.
Okay, may I ask one more question?
Of course.
If we have a recess and if this legal document is put to, can we lay that over tonight?
Yes.
So we don't have to deal with it?
You can lay over the amendment, yes.
Well, I have to tell you the truth.
Please do. We're here. We're in the circle.
I need to use the restroom.
Lay it over so that you can go.
We need to get a podium.
Whatever it takes.
I'm staying right here.
Thank you. We have further discussion. We have a motion and a second. Alderman Durkee.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would draw our attention back to the comments of the 4th Ward Alderman. The design for writing and crafting an amendment and putting it before us is exactly to prevent what's happening right now. We're actually engaging in discussion on the council floor and drafting an amendment. That's, as far as I know, that is all out of order. I think we are way out of order. So I don't believe we should recess. I think the amendment can be brought at any time somewhere else or an ordinance. But again, the reason for the rules that we have established is exactly what's happening now. It's a little bit chaotic.
A little bit. Alderman Frost.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, we can go down this new road of every week coming in here and someone asking for a recess to allow on-the-fly amendment on any given topic, which really just makes us all look, silly and unprofessional. If someone wants to make an amendment, you've had plenty of time to make an amendment to do this. It shouldn't be done on the fly, last minute, on any given topic. It should be done in advance. And again, I mean, that's my argument on why I'm voting no on a recess, because once we do this, we open up a can of worms that we won't get out of. Secondly, this can be done down the road with the resolution to this and accomplish the same goal that the alderman who has proposed it is talking about. There's no reason why we can't, anytime in 2026, the first quarter, discuss this and do a resolution or modify a resolution on any given source of funds.
Thank you. Alderman Bell, and we still have a motion and a second before us.
Sorry, been talking all day. I think that, regardless of how all of this plays out, that we'd give each other the respect that we have earned as advocates in this community to have a deep dialogue on the things that we care about, the things that the people of this city have elected us to do, and that's represent them. And I could say, for at least the people that I represent in the 13th Ward and across this community, that they actually would appreciate us having conversations like this. The same way we did when we had a $15.3 or $15.5 million project a few months ago in Davis Park, and how that item caused controversy through at least this city council. So much so that I think that it divided a whole host of folks on this city council. And I'd appreciate that, at least for those advocates who 100% feel like they're on the losing side of this one, you'd allow them to, and myself, to advocate and figure out a way forward, if there is one. And if not, so be it. And that's why we're here tonight, to take a vote. But I don't think stopping the democratic process of talking through a budget that is directly impacting people, I don't think that that opportunity of dialogue should be taken away because some of us feel like we already have the support to move it forward. And so I'd ask that for those who may be in support of this budget proposal as is, to allow those who do not agree to move forward with what they believe is best for the people that they serve.
Thank you. Right now, we have a motion. We have a second on the floor to go into recess. There is. Good. Alderman Salgado. Look at you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Clerk, will you please call the roll on the amendment and will you please call the roll on this council going into recess?
Durkee. No. Logeman. No. Toomberg. No. Frost. Tarina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. No. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell.
All right, we're still here. We are still here. We still have 5 items before us. Is there any discussion on the 5 items before us? Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have another amendment that I'd like to propose. I'm on a roll here, so might as well go. It is for item 2, for the proposed tax levy. So I move to, and everybody should have a copy of this from 2 weeks ago and now. I move to amend the 2025 proposed tax levy ordinance to increase the corporate levy by $327,521, thus increasing the total levy from $56,615,114 to $56,942,635. And I so move.
Thank you. Right now, Council, we have an amendment before us. Is there to increase the property tax levy? Is there any discussion in that property tax levy increase is a $327,521 property tax increase? Is there a second to that amendment? Second. We have a second. Okay. Now we have a motion. We have a second on the property tax increase. Is there any discussion on that? Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just again to reiterate the purpose of this amendment, and is to increase our revenue. As we know, surely it is a tax increase to our citizens. Reportedly before, if we were to take the whole tax levy, I want to say 1.8, 1.9 carry $33 and change for the year. their property taxes on a $170,000 home, is my understanding. So if you take a third, probably $10, $6 to $10 for the year for this $327,521 increase. I understand it's very unpopular. We are on a roll, 12 years, I want to say, right, that we haven't raised the property taxes. And that's phenomenal from that perspective. But from my perspective, I'm looking forward once again, again and again, I'm looking forward what our deficits are going to be. Surely enough, from that perspective, replenish some of the cannabis funds back again. If the First Amendment would have passed, and the second, we would restore about $500,000, 500,000 and change, bumping it up to about $1.3 million or so for the cannabis fund. So trying to make these compromises, because surely enough, next year, if it does continue to be, or in year 2 from now, we might be, their deficit might be significantly larger. We'll have to make that decision as well, where we're going to get additional revenue or where we're going to make additional decisions to reduce our deficits. So forward thinking on that, it's a non-popular thing. Like I said, $6 to $10 on 170 if you take a third of $33 and change. So that's where that's at. This is why this was proposed. I sent it to everybody. This is on new construction. As we say, it is a tax increase on your property taxes, $6 to $10 a year. Just let me be clear, a year, not monthly, weekly, biweekly, it's a year. And I understand that our taxes are really high at this point in time, but we're trying to recover additional revenue. This is going to generate about $327,000 in change. So I'm cognizant of that. It's unpopular. You know, people might do memes now and say this guy likes to increase taxes. That could be a possibility. I'm trying to find solutions, though, as what I see deficit spending going on for the next 3 years from now to 5 years. So like I said, I'm in the motion that, you know, I don't want to, you know, get in front of a microphone and decide in front of a camera to where we're going to have to make those adjustments. It's a very uncomfortable, and so we need to start thinking proactively instead of reactively. This is why that was the spirit for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Hoffman, and then Alderman Bell, and then Alderwoman Wilkins. Alderwoman Hoffman.
Sorry, I was just a little bit confused on it. It's on everybody's property?
Yes. It's a property tax increase on everyone's property.
Thank you.
Alderman Bell.
Go to Wilkins, please.
Okay. Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the Alderman's suggestions on bringing viable solutions to the table. That's something that I have been missing from the discussion talk as to, and it was even stated tonight, what the plan is moving forward on how we balance this budget or handle this deficit moving forward, and I still haven't gotten an answer to that, which is why I'll be voting the way I am tonight. But something that I have talked with residents about during this whole discussion in the budget, what I have heard all across the board from every single person is, I do not want my property taxes to go up. And while I still explain, hey, it might not go up on maybe on that city line, you're most likely going to go up from other taxing bodies throughout the county. So just be aware of that. But that is something that my residents and even people I've talked to outside of my ward have just stated adamantly they do not want these property taxes to go up. So if we can prevent that at whatever cost we can at the city, I'm all for it. But again, I do applaud your efforts into bringing solutions forward to the table versus it kind of just being one-sided. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Bell. Alderman Bell. No comment? Okay, sorry. Other discussion right now, we have a motion and we have a second. Alderman Frost.
Thank you. The problem with this amendment is it's not a solution at all. It picks a random number of $325,000 to increase everyone's property taxes by. And the way residents are going to interpret that is, here's the city of Rockford raising our property taxes again. We've worked over a decade here to not raise our property tax levy, and we've made sacrifices at certain times on certain projects, and maybe others have been reallocated. But if we are to raise our property tax levy on our residents, that's what they're going to remember. They're not going to remember whether it was X dollars per home or X times 2 per home. They're going to remember that we raised the taxes without digging our hands in deeper to solve a problem that's going to be going forward in the future. So in the future, when we come to look at, items that we're spending money on, say no, right? If you don't like a project, say no. We tried that this summer. Another alderman talked about the park. We had an opportunity to amend that, and we did amend that formally, and the council said yes. And I did say yes to that. After months and months, maybe a year, of fighting tooth and nail trying to cut costs off of that project. So, I lost. People ask about what we're doing here for the community. Sometimes you're on the winning side of a vote, sometimes you're on the losing side of a vote. That's what we're elected to do. We're elected to make decisions. And some of us have been around here a while enough that we've worked really, really hard and not raising our property tax levy. So I hate to see someone come forward with an amendment to raise it by flipping them out. It is nominal, but it just shows, like, if that's what we have to raise it by, we need to make better choices here as a group to cut items out of our budget and out of our expenses so we don't have to raise property taxes on our residents. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak again. Absolutely. I don't like paying taxes from my perspective. I'd like to see reductions. Nothing's being proposed. I'd like to take the whole tax levy if it's $1.9 million, right? That's something that we're going to continue to gradually, as time goes on, collectively. How much did we leave on the table? Carrie, Mayor, over the 10 years, 20 million and change?
Over the years? I don't know, but we've saved
about $20 million, I think. So
we saved the residents about $321 annually.
Yep. So there you go. That's 20 million that obviously we no longer have, right, from that perspective. And you're absolutely right. I'm mad about the pensions. I'm mad about the health insurance cost. Absolutely. And those benefits are killing us from that perspective, right? And unfortunately, as my colleague here has said, majority of it goes from our tax levies to pay the pension and so forth. So I get it. And this is not arbitrarily, I'm just throwing out there numbers and, somehow pulling it from here. It's an option. It's a lever that I can use, right? It's a lever that I can use from that perspective. Like you said, we're elected. I'm trying to do the best I can to ensure there is, some sort of reason going forward that's going to address some of the budget gaps that we're going to have going down the road, right? It's a lever that I have. It's an opportunity, right, for that. So it's not that I'm just pulling $300,000 just out of the air or $500,000. It's things that it's a lever that I can use for that. Whether it's popular or unpopular, that's an option for us, right? And so my thing is, if we're not making the cuts, or the reductions, tell me where we need to make those reductions, right? The cannabis, yes, $2.6 million. We say it's a one-time thing, but what about next year and the following year, and so on and so on? That's what I want this council, again, to think about. Not think about right now, now until the future too. What's coming down the pipeline? Let's start making those decisions now, tighten our belts, whatever we have to do. These are two options that I proposed, not just because I decided, I'm going to score some brownie points and I'm going to look like a savior potentially or whatever. No, this is serious trying to close the gaps because it's going to come down the road. And it's no disrespect on the employees or the taxpayer base. Eventually, maybe services might need to be reduced. And I hope as a city council with the mayor and the administration, we can sit down, lay out what our objectives are, what are our priorities, public safety, economic development, and so forth. And then that's how we make strategic decisions on areas that we need to focus on that we don't need, from that perspective to close those budget gaps, to address the pension cost and the health cost. And that's where my mind frame is on that. So yes, unpopular it is. It's a lever. It's an option. It's an alternative. It's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just note to council, there's been discussions of deficit spending. City council doesn't deficit spend. We must, by law, provide a balanced budget every year. The projected deficit, like this year, it was, we're 6% under our expenses. If you look at the projected deficit, those are directly correlated to the pensions. Those numbers that are chosen, that 1.6, et cetera, those are directly correlated to the pension, state mandated pension increases. But City of Rockford has never, and unlike many other government bodies, we cannot deficit spend. We have to, and before you today is a balanced budget. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Right now we have a motion, we have a second to increase the property tax levy. Is there any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg.
No.
Frost.
No.
Tarina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. 3 ayes and 10 noes.
All right. Before us, we still have 5 items before us. Is there any discussion on the 5 items remaining before us? Alderman Bell.
Well, since we're here, I move that the City of Rockford prohibit the use of 3% cannabis recreational tax revenue, including all cannabis-related proceeds, allocations, or reserve balance, from being used to supplement, offset, or otherwise fill the fiscal year 2026 general fund budget deficit. City staff is directed to prepare an updated financial plan for fiscal year 26 that does not rely on the cannabis funds to balance the general fund, and to present an alternative recommendations that preserve the integrity of the cannabis reinvestment strategy. Colleagues, you have had this piece of paper on your desk now for 2 weeks. I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion. Alderwoman Tarina, was that a second? We have a second by Alderwoman Tarina. Is there any discussion? No? Oh. Alderman Frost.
Again, my issue for, I don't even know if it's proper to have this motion, this amendment, because it creates a deficit for the city. It just works on one side without addressing the other. So if this amendment were to go through, it would create the, a $2.6 million deficit in our budget overall. So it is by the lack of having an opposite cut, it would then put our budget into $2.6 million deficit, which is illegal.
Thank you. Alderman Bell.
2 things, just for the record. This was sent over to our legal director at the time of the conception of the amendment. If it was illegal, I would think that given the fact that we have a legal team here, they would have made that aware to at least myself, would have appreciated that if it is illegal. Director, can you verify whether or not this amendment is illegal, please?
I would need some clarification on what you're seeking to do, because the way I read this, it looks like we're basically trying to lay over the appropriation ordinance.
Correct.
Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes. However, would like this motion to be carried through, and if it is passed, would like to lay over item 1. So.
Thank you. Alderman Frost.
I'm sorry, I thought the amendment is specific. I don't have it in front of me, but I thought that the way I understood it is it actually shifts or does not allow the $2.6 million that's proposed in the budget to exist in the fiscal year 2026 general fund budget. So as a matter of ruling, if this amendment was to go forward, it would, and I guess I would ask our finance director, if this was to be approved, it would create on the spot us approving a budget which has a $2.6 million deficit. Is that correct?
Director Haggerty.
Yes, that's correct. The way I read this, we're amending the appropriation ordinance to remove that source of revenue. And a motion like this could be made outside of the context of the appropriation ordinance, but as proposed, it's amending the appropriation ordinance to create budget imbalance, which we cannot adopt an imbalanced budget by state law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Durkee, Prunty, Bell. Oh, 1 second. I got to get your mic on. There you go, boss.
An additional problem presents itself because it advises that the staff is directed to present alternative recommendations to us. So basically, we have no budget, because now the staff is directed to go back and reformulate a budget, which basically the amendment conflicts. It contradicts actually C1, because if this is approved, then by its statement, C1 is disapproved. We have no budget.
Thank you. Alderwoman Prunty.
Just wanted to repeat a little bit of what you said, but which is it does direct the staff to prepare a financial plan for fiscal year 26. That does not rely on cannabis to balance the general fund. Go back and look. We've talked about scrubbing. Scrub some more.
Thank you. Also advise in the budget you received the PowerPoint, there was multiple options in that for you.
Okay. Scrub some more.
Yeah. Alderman Bell.
Yeah. Director Haggerty, can you inform us of the deadline for this city to put forth a budget to the state?
March 31st.
Director, March 31st, 2026? Thank you. So, should this motion or amendment pass, would this allow your team enough time before that deadline to revisit options?
Director Haggerty?
So again, if this motion amends the appropriation ordinance, which is then voted on and approved, that would be approving a budget that is not balanced. So to approve this amendment would mean we would have to also approve the amended appropriation ordinance, if I'm not mistaken, procedurally. So if council's decision is to lay over the budget and have us go back to the drawing board and generate additional options, we can do that. But to vote on the appropriation ordinance tonight would require a balanced budget. So we can certainly go back to the drawing board, but we've been asking council for direction on other alternative proposals besides the ones that were already presented as alternatives, and we have not received any guidance on what areas of the budget City Council would be looking to reduce. We started with a $9 million deficit, and between the efforts of the directors and the central services staff, Ann Wilkerson and her team, and my own review, we presented to you a $3.6 million deficit. So we've already gone back to all of the operating budgets and reduced by everything that we saw that could be cut. Now, as I mentioned during the presentation on the 20th and at the following meeting, the alternatives here, besides what was presented in the PowerPoint presentation on the 20th of October, are reducing services. And if City Council would like us to put forward proposals on reducing services and what that would look like, we can certainly do that. But instead of fumbling blindly through the variety of services that the city provides, I would like some direction from council on what would be appropriate for us to put together.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay. 1 second. Alderwoman Prunty, you had a comment?
I'm okay with you looking carefully and fumbling and letting us know what you come up with, if there's anything else.
Thanks. Other discussion? Alderman Bell?
Yeah, I as we move forward, I just don't understand really the urgency behind item 1 getting approved today, other than, it being kind of stuffed down our throat and not allowing. I just think that there are a lot of us that would like more time on this, and there have been items before us in the past that we've kicked the can down the road. I think that we have a few more weeks to really get this right. Love to see it laid over, but I think I'm beating a dead horse here. I guess we can move forward.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Alderman Durkee?
Again, I I agree with obviously Director Haggerty's point. We've had since October, so there's no rush. And it's been available, and waiting another week, it's not going to change anything. But again, I would need to point out that you're creating by amending 1 and presenting this sentence, asking the Finance Department to present alternative recommendations. Those have to be voted on separately in order to create a budget. What we're proposing conflicts with 1. It doesn't work. So I really, that has to be answered. I don't understand what we're doing. Director Haggerty has already presented a budget. Her staff has already created a plan. If there are alternatives, they've exhausted them. If the council wants them, the council's got to come up with them. We've had since October.
Is there any further discussion on the motion and the second that we have before us? Alderman Bell.
Yeah, I mean, if this is not an appetizing amendment, vote no.
Thank you. Is there other discussion before us? Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Durkee. No. Logeman. No. Toomberg. No. Frost. No. Tarina. Prunty. Wilkins. No. Hoffman. No. Granith. No. Beach. No. Salgado. Bell.
Okay. So we're back. We've got 5 items before us. Is there any discussion on the 5 items before us? Alderman Bell.
I've said a lot this evening. The 5th Ward Alderwoman had her hand up. She can, if she desires to go.
Okay. Alderwoman Tarina.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I have a couple bullet points I just want to make sure that I get on the record regarding the budget. I definitely disapprove, obviously you can tell by my votes, of this money from cannabis going to balance our budget. Budgets are moral documents. It's one of my favorite quotes from Martin Luther King, because they are. They don't just allocate dollars, they declare our values. They show who we believe deserves investment, whose needs can wait, and whose voices are optional. A budget is a statement of character, and tonight's choices will reveal whether we honor equity in practice or only in words. I think that this administration rushes and calls urgent meetings for everything else, but not for this. When it comes to one fund specifically created for justice and repair, there's been no urgency, no collaboration, and no serious engagement. That's called being complicit. This money was created to dismantle systemic barriers. It was supposed to reinvest in communities harmed by our nation's failed and discriminatory drug policies, not to be diverted to fill gaps that have nothing to do with equity. There has been a use it or lose it mentality in this administration. Many ideas have been presented to this administration about how to use this money, and they were ignored. I was never asked to sit down and offer solutions on how to help or shape a plan for investment. The fund sat without direction or support, not because ideas didn't exist, but because collaboration didn't. And now its inactivity is being used as the justification for turning it into a target. We were never given the fund balance until the moment we were told it was being taken away. That's not transparency, and that's not accountability. And it's not how we should steward a fund meant to heal historic harm. And my last point, to repurpose these dollars now rewrites the purpose of the fund and harms the very people it was designed to uplift. It signals undeniably who this city chooses and who it does not. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is there any other discussion? Alderman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, this afternoon I was able to, actually over the last week or so, was able to work with a group of individuals in our community that strongly oppose this proposal, this budget proposal, and the 3% sales tax being used to fill the deficit. Through those conversations, we were able to draft an ordinance establishing the Cannabis Equity Fund and prohibiting the use of the city's 3% adult use cannabis tax revenue for general fund purposes moving forward. This draft has been sent to the administration, the city administrator, the legal director, the mayor, for their review, and so that they can look it over and present us back with a policy that we can vote on, so that we prohibit this from happening moving forward. We've obviously heard tonight that this is the only option, this is the last option, we got to do it now. And so if that is the case, let's not do it again. So I want to share with you the ordinance that we were able to draft. And for those watching at home or any of you who would like to share this out with your support of it, would greatly appreciate it, so that we can continue to let this community know that some of us will stand for the promises that were made. I'll read it to you all, and I'll also, I would like the administration to email it out to each council member. I'll read it to you here. Whereas the city of Rockford, let me back up. This proposal will come before us hopefully in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Whereas the city of Rockford levies, and I'll back up again, this is a draft for the record. Whereas the city of Rockford levies at 3% adult use cannabis retailers occupation tax pursuant to the Illinois Cannabis Regulation Tax Act. And whereas the city council has previously expressed its intent that revenues generated from the 3% cannabis tax be used to support equity-focused restorative justice, violence reduction, and community reinvestment initiatives, particularly in neighborhoods disproportionately impacted by prior cannabis-related laws and enforcement. And whereas, since the initiation of the Regrow program, cannabis revenues have funded youth development, community programming, business support, workforce efforts, housing assistance, health initiatives, and other equity-driven work. And whereas the City Council finds it necessary to formalize the policy governing cannabis tax revenue to ensure these funds remain dedicated to their intended purpose and are not diverted to general fund operations without explicit legislative action. And then it says, now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Rockford, Illinois. Section 1, creation of the Cannabis Equity Fund. There is hereby established a special revenue fund to be known as the Cannabis Equity Fund. All revenues collected from the city's 3% adult use cannabis retailer occupation tax shall be deposited into this fund. Section 2, the prohibited uses. Funds deposited into the Cannabis Equity Fund shall not be transferred, loaned, reallocated, encumbered, or used for general fund purposes, including but not limited to salaries or wages, employee benefits, routine operating expenses, general municipal liabilities, deficit reduction, or budget balancing. Use of the cannabis tax revenues for any such general fund purposes is strictly prohibited unless repealed or amended by an ordinance of the City Council. Section 3, authorized uses. Revenues in the Cannabis Equity Fund may be used only for programs, initiatives, and investment that advances equity, restorative justice, and community reinvestment, including but not limited to 1, youth development, mentoring, and after-school programs. 2, workforce readiness, job training, and reentry support. 3, housing, stability, and neighborhood improvement initiatives. 4, violence prevention and community safety programs. 5, support for nonprofits, community organizations, and small businesses. 6, grants and investments serving residents and neighbors disproportionately impacted by prior cannabis-related laws. 7, programs approved as part of the city's annual regrow allocation plan. Section 4 of this policy, annual allocation and approval process. A, the mayor and the city administrator shall submit an annual regrow allocation plan as part of the annual budget. B, the plan shall identify recommended funding levels, priority focus areas, eligibility requirements, and expected outcomes. C, the City Council shall approve the regrow allocation plan by resolution or ordinance each fiscal year. D, approval of the regrow allocation plan shall constitute authorization to expend Cannabis Equity Fund revenues in accordance with the adopted plan. Section 5, transparency and reporting. A, the city administrator shall provide a quarterly report to the City Council detailing 1, programs and projects funded. 2, total funds expended. 3, neighborhoods and population served. 4, measurable outcomes and performance indicators. B, the report shall be made publicly available on the city's website. C, the Community Relations Commission may review and provide recommendations on the funds and allocations as well as impacts. Section 6, amendment or repeal. This ordinance may be amended or repealed by a majority vote of the City Council through a duly adopted ordinance. Administrative action shall not modify or supersede the restrictions set forth Section 7 and Section 8 as follows. And I would ask this administration to forward this draft over to my colleagues here on City Council so that we can have a lot of discussion around moving this policy forward if this, in fact, is the only option for our city to move forward in fiscal year 2026. If that is the only option, let the only option be that this policy be affirmed and enshrined for the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to state this for the record, just like some other folks have been doing. I want to appreciate, because I'm thinking we're getting close to the final vote on this. So, but I want to thank Carrie, the finance team. I did meet with her and had good discussions about things. There was reductions made in HR and some of the training and so forth. So yeah, so there was some headway there, and some savings that occurred there, and that's how we got to the 850. It was a number that we just came up with. It's something that was brought forward, not just from myself, but from other folks. So I do appreciate the process. I think it's very important to hear these conversations so the public understands what goes into this and what's at stake for everybody, right? From a taxing perspective to, services and so forth, how that impacts our city. I think it's very critical. I don't think this is disingenuous or someone I'm being harsh or a bully on someone. No, this is real talk, because at some point we're going to have to make decisions and they're going to be uncomfortable. So I do appreciate the process. One recommendation that I do think, and as the finance, Alderman Frost, is maybe, having a process throughout the process, of the budgeting. I understand Carrie puts out the calendar and there's the calendar, this is where it's at, but having discussions. If we know we're going to end up at a deficit, we should really start having those discussions. What is it going to be next year? And it's hard to predict, on certain things. But as we know, some of these revenues that we kind of dictate and can figure out, we can kind of sense where we're going to end up, right? And so from that perspective, I just think that having those conversations, because, it prevents this sort of thing, because, I don't know what goes into all these budgets. I appreciate them giving us the packet itself for each budget and then the comparison. I thought that was phenomenal. That was great by Ann that provided that for us. It gave some context, on overtime and so forth. Those are the things that are real critical. And I understand it's your budget, Your Honor, and it's administration's budget, right? And there's certain things that, as a city alderman too, I can recommend or propose. Ultimately, it's your budget and you're going to have to execute based on that budget. We understand that. I understand that. At least I'm not trying to micromanage, from that perspective, but $3.7 million deficit was where we were looking at trying to balance. I think that's huge, and so forth. And how do we move forward is the critical piece. So I do appreciate the process. I do appreciate all the staff that put in the hard work and trying to make sure that, hey, are we the leanest, the meanest machine that we can possibly be so we can provide the services for our citizens. So I do appreciate that, and I'm not taking it for granted. Whether I put these amendments, it's no attack on anyone. It's a form of a solution to resolve some of these gaps that we have and maintain the different things that we have and kind of looking foresight in the future. So I just encourage, more dialogue from that perspective, especially when we know that we are going to potentially end up in a deficit and where decisions are going to have to be made from that perspective. And so I just, encourage that, and I want to thank everybody for the process. This is the first time, but not here on City Council, but, it's not been my first time that I've had these discussions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Aye. Logeman. Aye. Toomberg. Frost. Aye. Tarina. On all. Prunty.
No on 1, 2, 4, 5.
Wilkins. Wilkins.
No on 1, 4, 5.
Hoffman. Aye. Granith. Aye. Beach. Aye. Salgado. On all. Meeks. Bell.
No on 1, 4, 5,
Alderman Toonberg. Item number 1, 7 ayes, 6 noes. Item number 2, 9 ayes, 4 noes. Item number 3, 11 ayes, 2 noes. Items 4 and 5, 7 ayes, 6 noes.
Excellent, thank you. Next, we're going to move to officers' reports. Any council member have any officers' reports? Alderman Salgado.
Sorry, I keep coming back. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're great.
I am holding just a notice and put it out there. I'm holding a town hall December 16th. I believe it's a Tuesday, 5:30 and so forward. So be talking about some of the CIP projects that we have, certain things that citizens might, have concerns or our streets and stuff like that. And hopefully I can get Director Rott, Jamie Rott, to come out and talk a little bit about the lead base. So you're all invited. We're going to try to have a Christmas party too at the same time. So Mr. Sanders, you invite your crew. I'll send out the info, but yeah, just want to remind that and so everybody can enjoy the holidays.
What was the location?
Harmony Banquet.
Thank you.
Yep. And I'll send it out, Your Honor, when I get a chance to.
Alderman Toonberg.
Mayor, I know I'm not the only one, and we've had a long meeting, so I'll be extremely brief, believe it or not. Thank you, Director Sanders, for making yourself available to not only myself, but a multitude of other aldermen in the past 36 hours. Tim Sullivan at the Snow Hotline was extremely receptive as well to numerous of my calls. I don't put this on on the city nor our Public Works Department. I do have some issues on behalf of many of my constituents who I've been in contact with over the past 36 hours or so on our contractor. So, I experienced situations this past day or two that really I haven't had to deal with in my 8 years to the extent that I did. I understand Mother Nature can be challenging at times, but I think our contractor, I would like, as things pan out, a further analysis. Director Sanders is going to be able to have that conversation with me, but to his credit, very receptive and understanding of the situation, and I appreciate that, you being available when I needed you on behalf of my constituents, and thank you to all my constituents for reaching out and letting me know these things. And I personally visited some of them and went to the sites that were affected, so I had some great interaction in the past 36 hours as well, so not all bad, so thank you.
Thank you so much. I also want to thank you so much to Director Scott Sanders. You've been in communication since the first snowfall and giving updates, letting us know what's going on, clearing streets that maybe weren't cleared all the way in the beginning and coming back around and doing that. So I really do appreciate your efforts there. I just want to send a reminder to especially the residents in the 12th Ward, but throughout the city, of adhering to odd, even parking. This is a major reason why some of the streets in my area were not cleared. I live in a ward in an area where many of our streets are very slender. And some people like to be slender, but when it comes to parking, we need a lot of room. And but in the 12th Ward, it is very slim, and so that odd even parking arrangement that we have is vital to the removal of snow. And I just want to throw this reminder to everyone out there listening to not just do it yourself, but remind your neighbors, make it something that we're all talking about. If people are not moving their vehicles, be a friendly neighbor and, hey, just let them know that this needs to get done before the morning because we need to clear this snow. And it is coming again tonight. It's clearly coming down right now as we're speaking. So just continue to be prepared for that. Thank you so much.
Alderwoman Torino.
Thank you. I just want to let Fifth Ward residents know that I do have a ward meeting this Wednesday, December 3rd. It's at 5:30 p.m. at 911 Michigan Avenue. Again, ward meeting this Wednesday at 5:30 at 911 Michigan Avenue. I also, pardon me one moment, please. The snow was a detriment to the Stroll on State event this weekend. I just want to acknowledge the very, very hard work of not just Go Rockford, but just there's collaboration with Public Works, with businesses, with hundreds of vendors. So much work goes into planning that event. It's a year's worth of effort and volunteers and Santa's Village, and there's so many hands that touch that, and it just wasn't able to be actualized the way that they envisioned. And I know that's probably was heartbreaking to them. So I just want to say that I appreciate the work that was put into that event. It is strategically held on Small Business Saturday. Excuse me. So even the businesses, things that they were looking forward to, the business that they were looking forward to, it didn't happen for them either. So I just want to remind our community that even though, times are tough for some, but for those that are able, if you weren't able to support local this weekend, support local this week. Let's just make sure that we keep our local businesses in mind during this holiday season. Thank you very much.
Any other reports? Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Frost.
Thank you. I also, my heart goes out to all those folks that planned the Stroll on State with a year-long event, and then obviously the members of the community that just either weren't able to go or had things cut short or didn't get to see maybe things they wanted to see, and it's unfortunate, but you can't control the weather. But however, what you can control is how you respond to the weather, and so I talked to Director Sanders numerous times over the weekend. When I started getting calls, the people indicated that their street was completely missed, or a subdivision like Creekside was not plowed at all. I was in dismay, thinking, well, maybe these residents just sometimes people want to see the pavement. So I actually drove around to several different sites and was shocked to learn that there were so many streets that, one, didn't have a path plowed through them, but actually had never been plowed and were completely missed. So I know our contractor is Regional Snow Services. I've asked Mr. Cagnoni for a copy of the contract. I don't know if the city specified routes changed or not. I don't know if the contractor failed to communicate to some of their subcontractors where to go or how to plow snow or how to do one street and skip the next. I'm just completely puzzled. Like Alderman Turmeric said, I mean, I've never had so many phone calls that have been legitimately astonishing about the lack of professional services supplied to our citizens when it comes to removing snow. I don't want to hear that it was wet. I don't want to hear that it was heavy. It's snow. We don't live in Utah. We don't live in Steamboat, Colorado. We don't have powder here. This is the weather that we have. Get the equipment, learn how to control your people, learn how to supervise your people, learn how to do whatever you need to do to make sure that the disaster that happened over this weekend doesn't happen again. And I don't know if that, again, Director Sanders was responsive, and we basically had a hit list. Unfortunately, at 4:45 tonight, as I'm sitting here, I get another email about a specific street that still isn't plowed. That's completely unacceptable. And so I'm asking the city administrator Mr. Sanders, to get whoever else in the city on the team is responsible for this epic fail, along with our contractor, and set up a meeting at some point in which these issues can be addressed, because I hope to God it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Other reports? Alderwoman Prunty.
Thank you. Just wanted to remind council that the legislative year is approaching. I heard from our lobbyists, and just to put it on your radar that it's time to start thinking about your legislative priorities. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Other reports? I would just echo many of the comments regarding Straw and State. Just a huge thank you to the coordination. If it's the police, the fire, our IT department, Public Works. You look at the number of businesses that participate and were impacted. You look at the really gracious sponsors that participated. Well over 100 volunteers, really all led by the Go Rockford team with Kristen, Julie, and John. Obviously not the year that they wanted, but sincerely always appreciate the effort that they put forward to make it such a welcoming event for everyone in our community and a free event for everyone in our community. With that, we will move forward. We will go to motions and resolutions. We have nothing under planning and development, so we'll go to code and regulation. Alderman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one item under Code and Regulation Committee. Committee recommends approval of the Festival of Lights. This is an annual event that will take place in, sorry, I have comments after. This is an annual event that will take place in Sinisippi Park, located at 1401 North 2nd Street. The light show will be displayed on the following dates: November 28th through November 30th from 5 to 11 p.m. December 4th through December 7th, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. December 11th through December 14th, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. December 15th through December 23rd, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. December 24th for 24 hours, December 25th for 24 hours, December 26th through December 28th from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. December 31st, 5 p.m. to midnight. Place this one item before you.
Thanks. Council, we got one item before us. Any discussion on that one item? Alderman Beach.
I did have a chance, Your Honor, to go through Festival Lights. Wonderful. I've never seen it finer. So if you haven't been out, get in line and enjoy it. So thank you to Ted and his group. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yet again, another example of individuals volunteering their time, businesses stepping up, and another free event for the community.
Amazing.
It's absolutely remarkable this year. Alderman Bell.
Just from a process standpoint, curious to know, and am in full support of this item. This has not yet been approved by the City Council, but it is already active. I would love for maybe next year to be moved up prior to the start date, if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Aye.
Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. 13 ayes.
Excellent. Next, we'll move to Finance and Personnel. Alderman Frost.
Thank you. Number one, the committee recommends approval of the award of bid for Newburgh Road resurfacing to Rock Road Companies, amount of $2,272,646.54. It's through June 26, 2026, and the funding source is 1% infrastructure sales tax. Number two, the committee recommends approval of award of bid for lead service line replacement, Phase A to N-Track, an amount not to exceed $4 million. It's a one-year contract. The funding source are the IEPA State Revolving Fund. Number three, the committee recommends approval of award of bid for Fire Station 6 renovation Phase 2 to Scanderley Construction in the amount of $512,783. It's a one-time purchase. The funding source is the 25-26 gaming tax revenue. Number four, the committee recommends approval of award of joint purchasing contract for janitorial supplies to HD Supply in an annual amount of $105,000. It is through May 31, 2027, with 3 possible one-year extensions. The funding source are various operating budgets. Number 5, the committee recommends approval of a non-competitive contract for Child Plus annual subscription to Child Plus in an amount not to exceed an annual amount of $44,092. The contract duration is through December 31, 2026. The funding source is a Head Start grant. Number 6, the committee recommends approval of rejection of bids and solicit new bids for the garage commercial light labor. The 3 bid responses were received and 2 bid responses were disqualified due to documentation errors. Number 7, the committee recommends approval of the Rosecrans Consolidated Subrecipient Agreement. The Department of HUD has provided the city with $1,079,840 for the Continuum of Care program, and the city is permitted under program rules to subgrant these funds to partner agencies. The Health and Human Services Department requests approval to subgrant $1,049,712 to Rosecrans, with the city remitting the rest for administrative costs. Number 8, the committee recommends approval of the Rosecrans 2003 subrecipient agreement. HUD has provided the city with $202,459 for the Continuum of Care program, and the city is permitted under program rules to subgrant these funds to partner agencies. The Health and Human Services Department requests approval to subgrant $196,818 to Rosecrans. The city will remain the rest. Number 9, the committee recommends approval of the ICJIA Violence Against Women Act program grant award in the amount of $700,000. The grant requires a match of $233,333. The award is for 1 year. The grant award, if accepted, will provide funds to use for support staff positions and other indirect costs. I place these 9 matters before you.
Thank you. Council, 9 items before you. Any discussion on those 9 items? Alderwoman Prunty.
For item number 9, how many full-time staff can this 900 plus thousand? How much will it pay for?
I don't have the exact number of staff with me.
I saw it on the sheet, but a couple of them it said 100%. One said 20%, I believe. But then it didn't have it for some of the others. So I was just wondering what.
I can find that out for you. I don't have it off the top of my head. I know they're using staff time to match. Director Haggerty has it for you.
Yes, the memo outlines 2 staff people at 100% at the city, 1 Winnebago County State's Attorney's Office victim service provider who will be a county employee at 100% their time, a probation officer at 20%, and then 1 additional new staff position at the police department. So I believe that's also 100%. So it's 4.2 staff.
And, okay, 4.2 staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Alderwoman Meeks.
Item number 2, how many lead service lines were we replacing in 2024?
Director Sanders. There you go. Jake,
How many
can I get
did
your mic
we
on?
replace in 2020?
Yeah, how many did we replace with the $4 million in 2024?
4,000?
Yeah, I think it's just under 4,000. They're on average about $10,000 per lead service line.
10 per?
On average.
All righty. That was my question. Thank you so much.
Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granite. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. 13 ayes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to new business ordinances. We'll go to Planning and Development Committee. Alderwoman Wilkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 1 is an ordinance approving the 2026 Citizen Participation Plan and amendments to the 2020-2024 Annual Action Plan.
Thank you. Council, 1 item before you. Any discussion on that 1 item? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. 13 ayes.
Excellent, thank you. Next, we're going to move to Code and Regulation Committee. Alderman Bell.
Under Code and Regulations Committee, item number 1, an ordinance approving the pre-annexation of 5581 Montague Road. Item number 2, an ordinance approving the request to vacate the right-of-way at 203 South Rockford Avenue, portion of the alley. Item number 3, an ordinance approving a variation to reduce the minimum required front yard setback from 30 feet to 20 feet for a 6 feet by 20 feet front deck, and a variation to increase the maximum allowed height of a fence in the front yard along Midway Drive from 4 feet to 6 feet in a R1 single-family residential zoning district at 3027 North Winnebago Street and 22XX Midway Drive. Latia M. Turner is the applicant. Item number 4, an ordinance approving the sale of liquor by the drink, Class L50, and the sale of packaged liquor, Class PKG, in conjunction with a restaurant with an outdoor seating area, beer garden, and video game and terminals in a C2 limited commercial zoning district and an R1 single-family residential zoning district at 2515 Kilburn Avenue, 3144 Summerdale Avenue, and 31XX Summerdale Avenue. Todd Hoover and Hoover Investments, LLC, doing business as Poorhouse Restaurant and Bar are the applicants. Item number 5, an ordinance approving the sale of beer and wine by the drink, Class NG WB, and the sale of packaged beer and wine, Class PKG, in conjunction with a wine bar in a C4 urban mixed-use zoning district at 202 North Main Street. Mark Peter Podemski, Lucretia Ristine, and Palace Wine, doing business as Palace Wine Bar, are the applicants. Item number 6, an ordinance approving the sale of liquor by the drink, Class NG-L, in conjunction with a restaurant, bar, and entertainment facility with outdoor seating in a C4 urban mixed-use zoning district, Brian Hills, Cahoots Rockford, LLC, doing business as Cahoots Rockford is the applicant. Item number 7, an ordinance approving a text amendment to the City of Rockford Code of Ordinance prohibiting the sale of 7OH. I place these 7 items before you.
Thank you. Council, 7 items before us. Alderwoman Prunty.
Thank you. For item number 7, I received an email, and I feel like I needed to call the First Ward Alderman just to get clarification. The email said that, that this could be used for medicinal purposes. Does anybody have more information about 7OH being used medicinally?
Alderman Dr. Durkee.
It can't. It's not FDA approved.
So people who self-medicate might just use this to address some sort of issues that they might have. Everybody who's using it.
Alderman Dr. Durkee.
You're all adults. You can self-medicate with anything you want. You're free to put whatever you want in your bodies.
Mm-hmm.
You could do it. The question is, when we look at illegal, well, it's not illegal. When we look at substances that are intoxicating and addictive, it's not so much what it does to you as an individual, but it also matters when they get in a car and drive around. So you can get an opioid-like substance that is more or less 15 times more potent than morphine. You can get it from a tobacco store, put it in your mouth, and get in your car and drive. So it's not always about protecting the person, although we would like to, but it's not a state. Okay? There's some libertarian qualities to that. You're free to go home and drink a fifth of vodka every night and kill yourself. Okay? But what you're not free to do is to drink that fifth of vodka and drive on the road, which is why we regulate alcohol. and 18-year-olds can't take it. We have Barrett restrictions. We have all kinds of guardrails. And right now, the substance has no guardrails. So you can literally use it, get in your car, and hit somebody. It's not FDA approved. No one really knows that much about it other than it's a cheap high. It's very, very addictive, despite what you may read. And the withdrawal symptoms, some say, may be worse than those of morphine. So that's really what you're voting. You're voting not necessarily, I guess you're voting to protect the individual, but you're also voting to protect the population from that individual who can so casually get this substance.
Thank you. Alderwoman Prunty.
I think I heard Attorney Rubin say something before about there being an effort at the legislative level to do something with this.
There are.
Can you elaborate on, is it this particular one or is it
It's this.
Could you elaborate on that?
I'm not the expert on it, but I believe there's actually state laws that people are pushing right now, and I want to say that there was also a federal law introduced. That one don't hold me to, but I'm very positive that the state lawmakers have proposed banning it.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Any other discussion? Alderwoman Meeks.
I know we've talked about the negative impact of this particular product. Are there any positives to this product as to why they're on the market? I was under the impression there are similar to a drug listed by the name of Suboxone, I believe. It's for heroin addicts, I believe, as they're trying to come off of their addiction. This is a way to wean them off of the harder drugs. I've heard that people are using it in place of not having narcotics if they have chronic pain. I'm under the impression it's used in those arenas. So I understand there are instances where people will abuse these drugs. That is the case for any drug that's out there in the world. So I just want to understand, are there any advantages? And I guess I would love to direct it to the First Ward Alderman since he is the physician in the room.
Dr. Durkee.
It is not like buspirone. Okay? It is an opiate. It attaches to something called a mu receptor, the morphine receptor. Buspirone is something called an agonist-antagonist. It both binds to the morphine receptor and blocks the high. But it doesn't cause withdrawal. Like naloxone, one of the dangers of naloxone, even though you're saving somebody's life, it can put them into withdrawal. But the withdrawal doesn't necessarily kill somebody, but certainly overdosing on an opiate will. So there's a lot of myths about this substance out there, mostly, as I've read it, mostly by people who just want to get it. Because basically it's non-regulated morphine is really what it is. And so there's a lot of folks that want to do it. Now, at some point, we may find that this is the greatest drug in the world, but it's really unstudied and the FDA has not approved it. So in the future, medicine evolves. But right now, having it, and if it does become approved, then it's going to be tightly regulated. You have to have a license to prescribe it. You have to have reasons to prescribe it. And who you give it to, I don't know if you know this, but when we prescribe opiates, we see a register. When I have to sign something, a window opens up from the state, and I can see all your opioid prescriptions. So we want to, that's how doctors prevent addictions from people who shop around for docs for different meds. And so we try to, then when we see that, we try to get them help and rein them back in, and that's where the buspirone would come in. So, yeah, I've seen that stuff.
And then can I ask the chief of police, do you see this being an issue on the streets of Rockford? Have you been familiar with this drug? Have you seen any indication that this is a current problem on our streets?
Chief Fred?
Currently, no, I have not seen it as being a problem.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Other discussion? Alderwoman Prunty?
Thank you. I am back on to 7. I was going to see if I could direct that same question. I know you're brand new, Chief, but does the paramedics and fire department see this as an issue?
Chief Tile?
Chief Tile, I'm sorry.
We haven't to date had an issue with this.
Any other discussion? Alderman Frost?
Thank you, Your Honor. With respect to number 3, I believe that staff recommended a denial, and I know there's 2 parts. One is for the front deck, and one is for a 6-foot fence in a front yard. So I didn't know. Did it come out of ZBA with approval after staff recommended the denial?
Director Lives?
I believe it did. Yeah, it came out of ZBA with the approval.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It did come. It came out of ZBA with the approval.
Okay.
They overturned the staff.
Okay. It appears that the people own they own a large Mastiff dogs, and they wanted I take it they had the dogs before they had the request for the fence. Is that true?
Does any staff member know that?
I am unsure on that.
Oh, Alderwoman Granite?
So this is in my ward, and people before had a fence, but for some reason the fence was 6 foot, but it wasn't attached to. It was like a foot away from the house, and so what they did was they built a brand new fence, which was exactly the same size as what it was there previously, but they attached it to the house. So that's what they didn't realize that they needed a variance or a difference because they had already had a fence there previously. They just put in a new fence.
Okay. I'll just be voting no because, one, because they didn't comply, but 2, more importantly, the way the home appears, that they're they added on a deck, but more importantly, they put a 6-foot fence in the front yard. So I've always been I'm not a fan of fences. I'm surely not a fan of a 6-foot fence in the front yard.
Can I?
Alderwoman Granite.
So they live on a corner lot, so it is technically, but it's the side of this one side that is meeting Midway, and the other side is the other. So it's a corner lot, so it is their backyard, but it looks like the front yard because it is a corner lot.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Alderman Durkee.
Just a final comment on 7OH. The medics may not, these folks would respond like a morphine overdose. They have the same symptoms. Very difficult to distinguish between the two. So I don't know. The only way you would know that if somebody lands up in the hospital and they do a tox test. As far as it not showing up for the police, that's a good thing, and this will keep it from showing up to a great degree. The substance is out there, and people are going to get it. So,
thank you. Any other discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Durkee. Logeman. Toomberg. Frost. Tarina. Prunty. Wilkins. Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. Items 1, 2, 13 ayes. Item 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, next we're going to go to Finance and Personnel Committee. Alderman Frost.
Thank you, Your Honor. Number 1 is an ordinance approving the 2026 budget and appropriation ordinance. Number 2 is an ordinance approving the 2025 tax levy ordinance. Number 3 is an ordinance approving the 2025 property tax abatement ordinance. Number 4 is an ordinance approving the 2026 fee schedule. And number 5 is an ordinance approving the 2026 salary ordinance. I place these 5 matters before you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the 5 items before us? Go one more round. Alderman Bell?
Sure. Why not? Take this opportunity to thank everyone for their robust dialogue on this budget. While it will pass today, I'd hope to continue dialogue as it relates to the investment into our city from this budget. Again, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Gerke.
Aye.
Logeman.
Aye.
Toomberg.
Aye.
Frost.
Aye.
Torina. On all 5. Prenti.
Aye on 3, no on the rest.
Wilkins.
Aye on 2 and 3, no on the rest.
Hoffman. Granith. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell.
No on 1, no on 4, no on 5, aye on 2, and aye on 3.
Mayor McNamara.
Excellent. So everyone's had their time to have their discussion. So I want to say a sincere thank you to Director Haggerty and Ann and the entire finance team for the amazing work that you've done. I want to thank all the council members who actively engaged in the process. I will also say lots have been discussed about this budget, and I think could be discussed as a moral document. I think if you look at what has taken place in this budget, we are saving every resident $325 on their property taxes, especially those median income earners who spend 9 to 14% of their income on their local taxes. It allows every child in our community to go to college, allows us to cover the cost of all their lead service lines, allows us to provide every child a free bus ride, anyone who wants to improve themselves with education. A free bus ride allows us to honor our veterans and our seniors with free bus rides. It provides free ambulance rides to every single person in our community so that they are not burdened with that cost when they're seeking immediate emergency medical care. It allows more money than we have allocated in a single year towards cannabis funding. It provides us opportunities as a community to continue the work that we've been doing with our workforce development for internships and our concrete program. It allows us to put funding into distressed areas. It also allows us to continue to tackle the housing crisis by making sure that local entrepreneurs can purchase homes and that they can sell those homes and get new homeowners in those long distressed properties. So I want to say thank you to all those who actively put in effort and genuinely appreciate your effort, and especially our staff. My vote is a yes. Your wrap on has to be turned off.
Second.
Motion.
Yep. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor?